Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much indeed for attending the virtual Planning and Development Management Committee today, Wednesday, the 3rd of June. Before we get into the proceedings, I would just like to make a quick comment to all councillors that could I remind you, please, that when you're discussing applications with your communities and with concerned residents and members of the public, can you please be mindful of what you say or what is inferred in conversations? The planning process, as you know, is that the decision is made on the day when we see both sides of the argument, and I would like to reiterate to all councillors that we need to be mindful of what comes across to communities just in case they get the wrong impression and that they are thinking that we are making a decision prior to that. So can everybody please be mindful of that when they're discussing with their communities? Okay, thank you very much indeed. I'm going to go straight on to the process for today. And I would like to introduce the top table. Now, obviously, it's a virtual top table, but we still have the representation. So we have Mr. Christian Smith from Development Management and Building Standards Services Manager, Mr. Jamie Scott, Planning and Development Team Leader, Mrs. Kristen Bryan, Team Leader also from Planning and Development, Councillor Bob Braun, who is the Vice Convener, Mr. Jeff Fogg is representing the legal management, and Mr. Danny Williams from Committee Services. Can I also remind the committee that if you are wanting to leave the meeting during an application, then you are unable to participate or vote on that. And it also means that if you lose your internet connection, you would also not be able to vote on that item because you have to be available for the whole meeting. Councillor Wilson, you have want to ask a question. Is that regarding the process?
Thank you. I'm a bit premature. It's in relation to item 511.
Right. Okay. No problems. Yeah. Well ahead of time. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll continue with the process. Okay, can I remind councillors, thank you very much, Councillor Wilson, for showing the example, that for the process today, you need to use the chat box if you wish to attract my attention and you want to ask a question. If you could do as Councillor Wilson has done and put a Q in the box, then I will acknowledge that, and I will come to you when the time is correct. If I will work my way through the screen and through the chat box, and we'll go through everyone who wants to ask a question. If you have a comment, please use the letter C. If you have a point of order, please put in a letter P, etc. And that way I will be able to come to you when the time is correct. Now, can I ask the clerk, please, to Danny, please, to just go through and ask if we can have a roll call to make sure that everybody is in attendance. Thank you.
Yep, thanks, Convener. Good morning, members. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep. Yes.
Okay, so just want to call your name, just let me know if you're present. So, Councillor Anderson?
Present.
Councillor Barnacle?
Present.
Councillor Braun?
Present.
Councillor Drysdale?
Present.
Councillor Gray? I can see Councillor Gray there. Councillor Illingworth?
Present.
Councillor James?
Yes, I'm present.
So Councillor McCall? Councillor Purvis?
Present.
Councillor Reid?
Present.
Councillor Waters?
Present.
Councillor Williamson?
Present.
Yeah. And Councillor Wilson?
Present.
Okay, thank you very much, members.
Thank you, everyone. I'm glad that we're all here. So can I ask, are there any declarations of interest of any of the proceedings before us today?
Yes, Convener. Councillor Drysdale here. Yes, I would like to declare a non-financial interest in items 523 and 524.
Okay, thank you. Any other declarations of interest? No, thank you very much indeed. Okay, right, so that brings us on to item 4 of the agenda, which is the minutes of the Planning and Development Committee held on the 29th of April. Are we in agreement that the meetings are correct? I will take it that silence means yes, everything is fine. If anyone has any points, could they please mention it in the meeting chat? Then in that case, I would state that the minutes are agreed. Thank you very much indeed. So that now brings us on to the proceedings in front of us today. Okay, and the first application in front of us is item 511 has actually been removed. As Councillor Wilson, I believe you have a question on that.
Thanks, convener. I'm not sure if we've skipped the deputations item, convener, but if there are.
I apologise. You're absolutely correct. So let me just address that right now. Yeah, I do apologise. Is everybody happy for us to hear the deputations on the proceedings today? Again, I will take it that your silence is an agreement. And if you have any concerns, would you please put it in the meeting chat? Then in that case, I will accept the fact that the deputations are agreed. Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, my typing skills are such that I couldn't type deputations in the box in time. As far as the Bertha Park application is concerned, do we have an explanation from the developer as to, we know that they've asked for the application to be withdrawn, but as to why that is, please?
Certainly, the developer has been in communication with the planning department over the last wee while, and they have agreed that they would like to go back and work with the planning department and resubmit at a later time with some tweaks and changes. So they have asked for the application to be withdrawn from today's proceedings.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. So that's the reason why that application has been withdrawn. So that then brings us on to 512, which is the site master plan and erection of a care/nursing home, 20 dwelling houses and 8 garages, 3 class 4 business units, biomass boiler, house store, pumping station, 2 entrance building stores and boundary treatment formation of 2 vehicular accesses, service and access road and temporary bridge, Suds Pond, parking areas, site infrastructure, burn realignment, landscaping and associated works, phase 1, S42 to modify condition 22, 2 of permission granted 18-01214 north of Pitcrockney farmhouse in Ayleth. And I would like to ask Mr. Scott to speak to the report.
Thank you, convener. Yes, I'll take you through some stills in a moment, but in advance of doing that, as noted earlier, I'd like to give a short update to the report. Just wish to draw members' attention to page 55, between paragraphs 28, which is the list of previous applications, and 29, which is the next section of the report. There is actually an application missing from that list. There should have been an inclusion of application reference 1901051 FLL, which was actually a change of design for the care home. So what I'll do is I'll touch on the relevance of that. It's not directly relevant to the proposal we have at hand, but I'll note on one of the stills the location. What I'll do now is I'll take you to the first still as part of the proposal before us today. So this first still shows the approved layout and design of phase 1 of the wider master plan areas for the overall and later phases of the development. As noted in paragraph 23 of the report, the whole site is covered by planning permission in principle, which was approved in June 2016. This whole site extends to 51 hectares and is located approximately 750 metres east of Ayleth. For phase 1, which is shown in the red line boundary detailed within the upper left-hand corner of the plan in front of you, it was given approval for approval of matter specified in condition in April 2019. That's for the 60-bed care home, the 20 dwellings, 3 employment units, as set out in the description of the development paragraph 3. So to clarify, the development that's proposed here isn't actually proposing any physical changes or extra details to what was previously approved. Only a change to planning condition 22.2 is proposed, and that's to alter the construction programme to account for a longer time period to complete the external shell of the building and to allow house sales to come forward in accordance with the previously approved detail. What I'll do now is I'll take you to the next still, which will show the layout for phase 1 of the scheme. As intimated, this is a closer look at the approved layout, which was given for the approval of matters specified for phase 1. The care home is located in the west of the site, so you'll see that's outlined in blue. There are also some red markings. So as I've alluded to earlier, the red markings show what was originally approved in the 2018 approval of matters specified, and the blue, there's a slight change in design in respect of the change in design approved in the 29 application I gave regard to in the update earlier. The 20 dwelling houses are located immediately opposite the care home to the east, and to the bottom right hand corner, that's illustrating the 3 business units that are located on the eastern boundary of the overall site. What I'll do now is I'll take you through some recent photographs, including aerial photography, to illustrate the progress that's been made with the development. So this first aerial photograph was taken in mid-March of this year, and at this point site operations were closed due to COVID-19, so it's at the point of tools being down. In its essence, what it shows is the extent of significant construction work for the care home, with the foundations fully complete and much of the frame of the structure has been erected, and indeed work has commenced on the roofing and the second part of the process. So it's just to highlight at this point that significant progress has obviously been made with the development. What I'll do now is I'll take you to the next photograph. This is showing an aerial photograph of both the care home, which is located on the left-hand side of that screen, so to the west, and also the 20 dwellings which are under construction on the right-hand side and central part of the photograph. So again, significant progress with the majority of the approved dwellings has been made at this point. I'll now take you to a ground level photograph. So what this is doing, this was taken in May of this year, and this is showing that again significant progress, as you can see, has been made with the completion of the dwellings in anticipation of what would probably now be a summer completion at the earliest. And it's understood at this point that 16 of the 20 houses have been pre-sold. So that's a slight update to what was referred into the report in terms of 15. So sales are progressing well with the residential, and also there is an operator in place for the care home. What I'll do now is I'll take you to photograph 2. Again, this has been taken in May, and this is the 3 business units which were approved on the eastern boundary of the site, and it's illustrating that substantial progress again has been made in this regard. So approximately 90% completion of the business units themselves. Now we'll take you back to the master plan drawing. And just to summarise, the proposal is for a very minor change to the condition 22. So we've demonstrated through the images here that significant investment and progress has been made to reach this stage of the project. And it's considered that this demonstrates the developer's commitment to the completion of the care home and the business units. And that's a very specific requirement of the conditions attached to the planning permission in principle. The proposed changes to condition 22.2 change the specified elements of the care home that must be completed in advance of residential sales. It doesn't alter the time of those builds, rather it allows a pragmatic solution that takes account of the complexities of the construction of the care home whilst allowing the dwellings to be sold and occupied. The funding from the sales is recognised as being necessary to deliver the care home and the wider site infrastructure requirements to support delivery of these commercial elements. And the delivery of those commercial elements is a key objective of the planning permission in principle, is therefore maintained. And that concludes the stills for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. We have some questions for you. Councillor Wilson, you were first to ask a question.
Thanks, Convener. Thanks, Mr. Scott, for the introduction. Care homes have very much featured in the news lately. I don't know when we might think that the contractors would get back on site here. I don't know if Mr. Scott's got any information on that, but maybe that's not a question for planning, but it does have a relevance to the reason for this application being before us, I think. But my main question, Convener, is, are any alterations in the layout, the internal layout of the care home anticipated due to the pandemic?
Mr. Scott, would you like to answer the question, please?
That we know of.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Not at this point, no. As I've alluded to, the original approval in 2018 had a specific design and layout, and actually what happened at that point is they wished to refine the design to make it more straightforward and manageable, and that was actually the driver for that was actually the care function. So it's going to be a dementia-specific care facility. So what they've done is they've refined the internal plan to match the external footprint of the building to make it more suitable. So I think the refinement has already taken place for the dementia-specific care, and I'm not aware of any further changes that would be necessary. Of course, if they are, they may come forward as amendments to planning applications, but they're not known at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Purvis, you have a question.
Thank you, convener. This is perhaps a question for Mr. Fogg rather than Mr. Scott. It was just about whether condition 22.2, I think it was enforceable in the first place. I know just from experience in my own ward, in other situations in a development in Kinross, where we had a similar condition that a particular part of the project had to be finished before houses could be occupied. When we eventually got to the stage of the houses being completed, it was suggested that building completion certificates, things like that, are a discrete process from the planning process, and one could not be used to enforce the other. So I suppose it was just a question in general about the enforceability of that condition in the first place, notwithstanding the application that's before us.
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Councillor Purvis. Who is going to be answering this?
Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Scott, I believe you can answer it, but then we'll also come to Mr. Fogg.
Yeah, it's just indicating that either myself or Mr. Fogg can answer that. So the condition, I think, is quite clear in planning terms that it's enforceable. What it does specifically require is two parts. The phasing approach is an approved plan, so they do have to comply with that phasing. Point 1 of condition 22 requires the 3 business units to be fully serviced before the occupation. As I've alluded, they're essentially all but there. And part 2, the condition that's been changed today as part of this planning application, is quite clear that it places a specific timing insofar as the first occupation of the residential dwelling can't be occupied until the construction of the care home meets the 3 points listed there. So the 3 points are changing here in terms of not needing to clad the building, but essentially we'll be able to verify progress on site, which would be undertaken by site visit or verification with building standards, that we'll know if they've met those points in accordance with the construction programme. So I'm satisfied that it is enforceable. Happy to Mr. Fogg to provide any more comment if he wishes.
Mr. Fogg, do you have any more additional comments to make?
Convener, I don't think I need to add very much more to that. The condition is precise and is, in my view, capable of enforcement. Councillor Purvis is right that the building standards system operates independently. So the planning authority can't stop a building standards officer from issuing a completion certificate if he deems that appropriate. But I think the committee could be confident that it's improbable a purchaser, solicitor or purchaser would want to occupy in contravention of the planning condition, and therefore we have reason to believe it's an enforceable condition.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, do we have any further questions for officers? No, in that case I'm going to ask for a motion. No, well, I'm happy to do that. Oh, we have Councillor Purvis.
I'm equally happy for you to do it, convener, but I was simply going to move the paper. I think it's a pragmatic approach given the circumstances, and I think the assurances that are given in the paper that there has already been significant work on the care home can give us as a committee assurance that the building will be completed at a later stage, but given that the progress on the rest of the development is already significantly advanced, I think it's a pragmatic approach to take. So I'm happy to move the report.
Thank you very much, Councillor Purvis. Councillor James, you're happy to second?
Yes, more than happy to second, convener, and pretty much for the same reasons as Councillor Purvis has just outlined. Totally pragmatic approach.
Okay, thank you. I have to ask if there is any amendments.
No.
Thank you very much. There is no amendments. In that case, the application is approved. Thank you very much indeed, and that takes us on to the local applications before us. Thank you. Okay, sorry for the delay there. I have to move papers around. Okay, so that brings us on to the local applications. So we have 521, which is the alterations and extension to outbuilding to form a dwelling house and land east of Abbey Hill, Precinct Street in Cooper Angus. And I would like to ask Mr. Smith to speak to the report. Thank you.
Thank you, convener. Good morning, everyone. I'll just give a quick preamble to this case before we go into the slides. Members of the committee may remember that the corresponding planning application was considered at an earlier meeting in September last year with planning permission granted. This application now seeks listed building consent for that development. This time we have a more focused consideration in relation to issues associated to listed building and conservation matters. Now, some members may be aware that there's been a complaint submitted in the past days that the report has not considered what has been described in the complaint as a retaining wall, although officers consider that this is rather a garden design feature of relatively recent vintage and not listed, thus not something to be considered. A second issue is raised on impact on trees, and this is also not considered relevant at this stage, not having a significant impact on the conservation area and having been considered at the stage of the planning permission. The extensive complaint also contains a number of other matters, and largely they appear to reiterate 15 issues that were related in a complaint associated to the consideration and approval of the planning permission. And that went through the council's complaint procedures through stage 1 and stage 2 and was responded to. So if we can move to the stills now, we can describe the proposals that are before us. So the first still here shows the location of the site on the south side of Precinct Street, and it identifies a number of existing trees. The second slide sets out the site layout as approved by the planning permission. From this, you can see the position of the house and that it connects to the existing listed building, which is in the uppermost corner, the northern part of the site, so it connects to the rear of the outbuilding. You can also see that it also connects in its left side towards Precinct Street to the boundary wall. It also gives an indication of the positioning of that building to the northwest of the listed property known as Abbey Hill. All three of those structures covered by a Category B listing. If we move to the next slide, this is a visualization rather than a technical drawing by an architect, which gives an idea of the general form of the house for which planning permission was granted, including where it connects again to the Precinct Street boundary wall and also via a link to the rear of the outbuilding. We then move to some photographs, and the first photo that will come up looks from the west and shows the boundary wall onto Precinct Street with the point access gates visible just before the parked car, which is next to the gable of the outbuilding, which itself fronts to the street. The next photograph, again, this slide shows the wall, gates and outbuilding again, but closer to almost be immediately in front. The third photograph shows the wall, gates and outbuilding, this time from the east, so the opposite direction. We then, and it's taking a little bit of time to load up on my screen, so I'm not sure if there's a delay here. I'll just take my time. The next photograph after that view from Precinct Street is moving to within the site and looks towards the listed property of Abbey Hill. Moving to the next photograph. Here we see a shot which looks back towards Precinct Street from within the site, with the upper part of the property on the opposite side of the street visible there. That's the three dormers on the left side, or a single dormer on the right side of the sizable tree there. The next photograph. So this further slide looks towards the rear of Abbey Hill from the eastern part. That's the far rear part of the proposed garden. The next photo again shows the gable of the property, I believe known as Stroma, which is to the east. The next slide shows a closer view of the interesting south elevation of Abbey Hill. And the next slide again looks towards Stroma, but this time from the gates in the boundary wall with Precinct Street. The final photo shows a similar winter view where the aforementioned small feature wall is evident within the site. This sees a slight change in level from the flatter area, which is accessed through the gates and perhaps previously used as parking, from that remainder of the garden which sits behind and gently rises into the site. Although, as I say, it's not considered that this feature is listed or an element of special or architectural historic interest. We then move to the final slide, which reverts back to the block plan and concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. We have deputations on this application, so I'm actually going to pass this over to Councillor Braun, to the Vice Convener. We have Mr. Miles ready to do a deputation, so I'll pass it over to Councillor Braun to do that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, Mr. Miles. Are you able to hear me? Mr. Miles, can you hear me? Don't appear to be picking up. We don't appear to have Mr. Miles here at the moment.
Audrey Byrne is just saying he's phoning in now.
Okay, I'll hold for a second.
Oh. Hello? Hello?
Is that Mr. Miles?
Yes, it is indeed, yeah.
Yes, good morning to you. It's the Vice Convener speaking. As
yes,
usual, we're preparing for your deputation. So as usual, you'll have 5 minutes to make your your presentation to the committee. After 4 minutes, I will interrupt you to warn you that you're into your last minute. And at the end of time, if you're still speaking at the end of the 5 minutes, I'll ask you to wind up. Now, I will start the time. I will start the timer as soon as you.
Hang on, could you hang on just 1 second there?
Yep, certainly.
I do have a health problem. I suffer with angina. I get kind of breathless, so I would be appreciating if that could be taken into account in terms of, you know, my delivery here, you know.
Yeah, if I hear you pause for a long time, I will stop the clock for a second or two.
Okay.
But I will start the timer when I next hear you speak. Okay.
Could you just repeat that?
I said I will start the clock when you next speak.
Right.
So it's over to you.
I need to mute my computer. Is that right?
Yes, you should do. Yes.
Right.
You
Okay.
get feedback.
Right. Thank you. Right. My delivery here, you know. If I hear you pause for a long time, I will stop the clock. Okay, but I will start the timer when I next hear you speak. Okay. Could you just repeat that? I said I will start the clock when you next speak. Right. I need to mute my computer. Is that right? Yes, you should do. Yeah. Right. Okay. Thank you. Right. Okay.
Okay. Ready when you are.
Okay. All right. If you just give me 1 second here. Sorry. Okay. Good morning, councillors. I appreciate your opportunity for me to speak in relation to this. I've circulated the letter to you all just in case there's any technical difficulties, so you will have it on record, and I'll start my delivery right now. The report of handling before you. The report of handling. Oh, sorry. Hang on a minute. Yeah, sorry. I can be heard. Okay, I take it.
You can, sir. Yes.
Okay. The report of handling. I'm trying to mute my computer. I'm sorry. Oh dear, oh dear. Hang on a second. Sorry. Right, I think that's it now. The report of handling before you and background papers are misleading due to the omission and misrepresentation of fact. Due to this, we have requested that this item should be removed from the agenda in the interest of proper process. Our evidence and request has been ignored to date. The report of handling wrongly claims that the development is considered to comply with the relevant provisions of the development plan. This is untrue. The development is contrary to policies including PM1A and PM1B, placemaking, HE2 and HE3A, etc. A most important consideration in this application is the impact of the proposal upon the listed building Abbey Hill and the Cuttledge listed coach house stable. The DPA reporter's findings regarding the previous application concluded that any development at this exact location within the site would fail to preserve the setting of the Category 3 listed building Abbey Hill and would neither preserve nor enhance the character or appearance of the Cooper Angus Conservation Area, and that any development within the application site would cause permanent, serious and irreversible harm to the significance of the setting of Abbey Hill. The reporter's findings are being sidestepped and ignored in this report of handling. The proposal is for an inappropriate, brutal and uncompromising design. The effect of development on the principal elevation of Abbey Hill is a critical factor. The principal elevation, as with any building, is the main frontage that faces the street, and this is the case here with Abbey Hill. This is confirmed in the DPA report and other sources. Council officers wrongly claim the rear of Abbey Hill is the principal elevation. The applicant claims the same in their design statement after being prompted to do so by the case officer. It took 7 months by the case officer to establish that listed building consent is required, and only after our vigilance and alerts, it's taken a further 8 months to progress the listed building consent to committee, which would indicate nothing about this application is straightforward. The applicant's design statement and plans are inaccurate, and this has been a theme throughout the many stages of process at this site. The site width cannot adequately accommodate the building. The building is 23.6 metres. The developable site measures at the rear of the building 25 metres maximum at this point. The need for foundations and hedge and tree root protection of front garden of Abbey Hill and side access as shown cannot be accommodated. The building is in fact larger, has a larger footprint than that of Abbey Hill. The proposed ground floor plan does not take account of the change of level on the site. The actual difference between the courtyard entrance level and garden level, where a stone retaining wall bounds the south and west courtyard, is 750 millimetres, but there's no indication of this being represented in any supporting drawings, assessments and illustrations. The wall is a listed by virtue of curtilage feature, despite what Mr. Smith has just advised you, and any works to it require listed building consent. The wall, by the way, is not a recent feature, and that is easily established. It's been there for a very long time, when well before the listing even took place. Its removal would be required as shown in the elevation plans. However, this is not referred to as part of this application in the report of handling, or otherwise assessed or consulted upon with Historic Environment Scotland. The building as consented by the associated full consent would be a further 750 millimetres higher above the boundary wall than shown in the finished floor level of the drawings. There results in a building 750 millimetres higher than the eaves of the coach house and much more visible and incongruous as a result. A substantial tree is proposed to be removed. All trees are protected in the conservation area, but there's no evidence here of any biodiversity report or arboricultural assessment. There is no mention of root protection of boundary hedges despite the being listed curtilage features. This site is an important feature of the conservation area, its value being the open space it provides. Councillors, please take control of this process in the public interest and ensure the application as proposed is not progressed based on the evidence before you. Please note also, Mr. Smith made reference to our previous complaints. I can confirm that these
You
now
have 1 minute, Mr. Miles.
Okay, I'd like to confirm that these complaints are now with the Ombudsman and this matter will be progressed. I also note that there are no pictures being presented to you that show the principal elevation of Abbey Hill, i.e. its frontage, contrary to the claims of the development management team and contrary to the findings of the reporter and architect's evidence that I've submitted to the council in regard to this. A 5-year-old could tell you the front of a building is its principal elevation, and that's all I have to say on the matter, councillors. Thank you for your time, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you may have on the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Miles. Back to you, convener.
Mr. Miles, thank you very much indeed for your deputation, and I appreciate you taking the time to do this today. I know it's a little bit different phoning in, but you did that well, so thank you very much. Councillors, can I ask if anyone has any questions to Mr. Miles regarding his deputation?
Convener, it's Councillor Willie Wilson here. I'm sorry, I've lost my keyboard in the process of this, so I sent a face that I now realise is crying. That was no indication of what I was thinking, what Mr. Miles was saying, but simply to log a request for a question.
Okay.
Mr.
Please.
Miles, can I go on? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Mr. Miles, thanks for your presentation and also for sending us a written copy of it. That was helpful. You, to some extent, you referred to the big house, if I can call it that, the existing condition, the existing planning consent for the house that's there, because you've referred to that. It's a wee bit difficult for us, and I know the site, to differentiate your comments on what this application is for, compared with the original application. Would you like to clarify that a wee bit, please?
Well, I think it's been oversimplified by by Mr. Smith here. There are relevant matters relating in this application to the impact of the development and all works on Abbey Hill, the listed building. That seems to be underplayed here. It's very significant that, as put to you, this building, that you approved back in September last year, does not fit the site and does not also the contours as put in my letter circulated to councillors on the advice of a competent architect, advises that the contours were not taken into account and the building in essence cannot be delivered as per the plans that you the council gave permission to in September. So this brings the whole thing back to stage one in terms of looking at this whole matter. But the bottom line is here, there's been a long history relating to this development of this site. The council did refuse the two properties that were previously proposed here. The matter was taken to appeal. The reporter at the appeal made it very, very clear in his findings that any development, and particularly at the site now under scrutiny, would impact unacceptably on Abbey Hill and on the conservation area. This, I believe, has all been sidestepped by the handling by case officers and others in relation to it. And as I said, these matters are currently with the Ombudsman. I don't think it's wise that Council be looking to take at face value what's been put to them by officers. And I would like to think that no decisions taken today, and that these matters that I've raised should all be properly considered. And I don't think it can be properly considered based on the information put to you by in the report of handling. Does that answer your question? I mean, it's a bit lengthy. I'm sorry, a bit lengthy. Does that answer your question?
Yes. But would you acknowledge that there is an existing approval for a house there? Whether you agree with that approval?
Well, it's not a case of me agreeing with it. Or otherwise, it's a matter of fact that the plans, again, due to the fact these matters were all brought to committee by myself at the time, but it was overridden. But the fact is, as I say, the consent was given, but the building cannot be delivered as per the plans that were approved. So that's a bit of a catch-22 situation, if ever there was,
Okay, but this application isn't for a revised design for a house.
No, I do appreciate that. But it does relate.
Mr. Miles, could I just finish my question?
I'm sorry. This, because we're on a virtual situation, it gets very muddied for people who are watching it when people are talking over each other. So could I please ask that if Councillor Wilson could finish his question, and then Mr. Miles, you would have the time, please, to come back with your response. Thank you.
Thanks, Convener. I simply wanted to point out and get Mr. Miles to, I think, acknowledge that this application isn't a revised design for the total house. It's for some other structures within the curtilage that are associated with the design of the new house.
Yeah, that is correct. But as I say, as noted in the report of handling, they are still obliged, at this point, to still take account of the impact on the listed building and the conservation area, which, as I say, the reporter specific to this site made it very clear that any development here would not be appropriate. And so there's it doesn't add up to the position taken by council officers. As I mentioned to you earlier, the wall that they're now saying that we've raised with the matter, somehow this has now become, according to council officers who've omitted it, it's not a significance. However, the wall undoubtedly dates way before the listing, and as such it is listed by virtue of curtilage matter. These matters were all brought up before, and they haven't been properly dealt with, and it's a great concern to me that going back to the matter, that it's taken 8 months for council officers to bring it to committee, and previous to that 7 months to establish, before the last application came, the full application came to committee. It took them 7 months to establish that it needed listed building consent. That, putting it in simple terms, that is a pretty horrendous process, and indicates officers are woefully inadequate in the way they've approached this whole matter.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Miles has answered my question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Mr. Miles, we have a question from Councillor Purvis, and then a question from Councillor Anderson. Councillor Purvis, please.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Mr. Miles, for your deputation. I note the points that you've made about the process, and I'll ask some questions of officers about that in the next section. But just specifically on the proposal that is before us about the alterations and extension to the outbuilding, and obviously setting that against the test for us to assess whether it would have an inappropriate impact on the setting of listed buildings. Could you comment specifically on that issue and what your view is on that test that we need to assess today as part of this application?
Mm-hmm. Well, in reference to both the Abbey Hill property and to the buildings that are the other building here, the Coach House building, again, to refer you back to the DPA reporter's decision on the matter, he made a real issue of the fact that any development in that location, and also bearing in mind that at that time there were two properties, but the one that was for this specific part of the site is actually in effect or rather the current design, and I think is 1.5 times the size of that one at that time that was turned down. So the whole pitch put here that somehow this property doesn't impact, and the development of the Coach House, etc., doesn't impact on Abbey Hill is totally contrary to the position taken by the reporter, and it's again, given all the background that I'm privy to, it smacks of some very serious need for questions about the handling of the matter, and it's very disappointing to me as someone who's spent 30 years of engagement with the council to find that this sort of thing is going on, and members of the public are not being well served in these sort of matters. Sorry, does that answer your point?
Thank you, Mr. Miles. Just for clarity, the Coach House that you referred to is the outbuilding that we're talking about, right? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Convener. Firstly, Mr. Miles, I think you're actually handling
this virtual planning very well. I'll say that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Yeah, it's difficult for us all, I know, but
yeah, it is. And I'm going to ask you a question. You take the line that the officers' timescale has been a negative thing. Would you not think that? Hold on, wait. Let me finish. Would you not think? Would you not think that the timescales, maybe officers using due diligence to ensure that this matter is dealt with in the correct way?
No, I wouldn't actually, because as I say, the first time around, it wasn't dealt with correctly. It took 7 months for them to establish that listed building consent was required. I've done free of information. I have all the background information, or most of it, regarding this. And despite it took an awful lot of convincing by ourselves to basically cause them to end up by agreeing with us and establish that listed building consent was required. I think I'm not a planning professional, but I've been able to establish these kind of matters. And then again, since then, it's taken this further 8 months to progress it to committee. And as I stated earlier, there's nothing about this application that is straightforward. And why would it take this long? I don't. When you refer to due diligence, again, I'd like to point out to you that if you check out the council planning portal, there's not a single document been lodged on the portal since October of last year, when the last objection was lodged against the development. One of 24 that they've counted as objections anyway. There's actually more, but they do this thing about not counting more than one per household. So no, sorry, Councillor, I disagree. I don't think your point. I don't take your point there. I would say this indicates that the thing has been extremely badly handled. And I say I do have 30 years' experience with dealing with the council, and I'm very perturbed that this kind of thing can still go on. And I'm not alone in this. And many people in the community are very alarmed about the functions of the council and the way things are handled when it comes to planning matters. I'm very
sorry, I have to interrupt because I would like this to stick to the application that's in front of us now, please, Mr. Miles, because I think we've gone off piste ever so slightly. Okay. You're certainly entitled to have your view and your opinion on how you think things have gone on this particular application. But I think I would like it to stick to this application, please.
Okay. Can I just ask a wee follow-up?
Yes, by all means.
Yes. You have mentioned the reporter agreeing that there shouldn't be a development with two houses, but the reporter didn't say there should be no development on that site. Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree with that, Councillor, because he was very, very specific about the impact of a development. The other property, by the way, the second house the last time around, the bottom line was, and councillors agreed with this, that wouldn't even fit the site, which again comes down to the whole issue to do with this has been a muddled application for years now with incorrect measurements and so on. And the reporter, in his report, was very clear. He stated that the relationship between the coach house and the listed Abbey Hill property was critical in the conservation area, and he'd specified that any development would impact would cause permanent, serious, and irreversible harm to the significance of the setting of Abbey Hill. So he was very, very clear about that. I'd also like to draw your attention to the fact, as I've stated earlier, that the first page of your report of handling states that the development is considered to comply with the relevant provisions of the development plan. This is, putting it in simple terms, total nonsense.
Okay. I understand that, Mr. Miles. Sorry, but I'm not. don't want to come across precise, but there is a time to give a deputation, there's a time to answer questions, and I'm perfectly happy for people to have their say, but when we go off piste to the question that's asked, you're reverting back into giving another form of a deputation again rather than answering the question that has been asked. So I do appreciate
in my response there, but I appreciate what you're saying. Yeah,
absolutely. No, I appreciate that, and thank you very much indeed for the answers to the questions. I'm just going to ask one final time, do we have any further questions for Mr. Miles? In that case, Mr. Miles, I do appreciate you being the first person to come on the virtual deputation. I thank you for your time, and thank you very much indeed for attending today.
Okay, convener, thank you for that. Now, I take it I can now put my computer back to unmute.
You can.
It,
I believe if you hang up and then go back to watching the virtual committee, the process will continue.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I'm much obliged.
Thank you, Mr. Miles.
Bye-bye now.
Okay. Right, so that now opens it up to questions for the planning, and we have a couple. So Councillor Barnacle is first. Thank you.
Thanks, convener. It's just 2 points really for development management officers. One is Mr. Miles referred to impact on trees, but I don't see any assessment of that in the report. And the second point, there seems to be 2 walls in the Abbey Hill, the ground of the application. One is a curtilage wall and one is a dwarf wall through the centre of the site. One is apparently needing listed building consent per the informatives. The other one is alleged to be listed, but the planning department say this is not the case. So there seems to be a difference of opinion on the curtilage wall. Just wondering why the 2 walls are being dealt with separately, because one of them apparently, the curtilage wall, is to be totally removed. Quite an old wall. So it's just clarity on that and how we ascertain you know, different perceptions of what is listed or not listed, shall we say.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, I'm assuming it's yourself, Mr. Smith. That there's been no A coming up in my chat, but Mr. Smith, could you answer the question, please?
Yes, in terms of, if we revert back in the slides to the final photograph, this is the wall that we're talking about. So it's the second last slide. So Mr. Miles' assertion is that this wall, which is, as he says, about 750 mil high, and retains to an extent a small change in levels, which results, it would appear, from an area that was flattened to allow parking or something similar at some point in the past. Yes, agreed that may well have been prior to the property being listed, but that wall in itself is not connected to the listed structures or of a nature that we would consider it's of special architectural or historic merit such that it would be listed. So we're not of the view that it's listed. Mr. Miles has a different view. In terms of the trees, that matter was dealt with through the planning permission.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Smith. Yeah. Councillor Barnacle, do you have a follow-up?
No, that's fine, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Waters, I believe you're next, sir.
Thank you. My question's really been asked. It was about the wall and just what's been done, this retaining wall, and just what's been done to, you know, I think in the initial presentation it was given as quite a more recent wall, but there's obviously a bit of a dispute in there, and it was just what's done to try and gauge what the age of the wall is and how significant it is to the property. I think you've mostly answered that, but if there's any more you can add there, it would be appreciated.
Okay, Mr. Smith, is there anything else you can add to that?
Yes, we have researched that issue and had done so. The wall doesn't appear on any of the more historic Ordnance Survey maps. We're not 100% sure as to when it appeared. There's no evidence that sets out when it appeared or otherwise, but you know, I would accept that it may have been there prior to the listing. However, the position is that that is not a feature which is in itself listed or listed as an element associated to the wider curtilage of Abbey Hill. That's our position.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. Councillor Purvis, you have a question?
Thank you, Convener. As I mentioned earlier on, my question is in relation to some of the points that were made by Mr. Miles, but specifically the decision to have the listed building consent quite a significant period of time after the full planning permission. First, is that usual for these two things to be dealt with separately? And secondly, is that the best approach? Obviously, there is always going to be an impact on setting of a new development. The question is whether that preserves or enhances that historic setting. Doesn't it make more sense to look at those two applications together?
Mr. Smith, could you answer the question, please?
In terms of your first point as to is it usual, well, that depends on when applications are presented before us. Applications for planning permission and applications for listed building consent are dealt with under separate legislation, so are separate processes and consider different matters. So there's no issue of considering them separately or considering them together. In this case, the application for listed building consent was submitted after the application for planning permission, and we didn't feel that there was any reason to delay the determination of the planning application in itself unnecessarily. So we considered that when it was ready to be considered. In terms of the listed building consent application, we're now presenting that and are comfortable that that is an appropriate way to deal with it. It might make it a little bit quicker if both were considered together, in that you would discuss a number of the matters that are interrelated, but that's not necessary. Hopefully that answers your question. Thanks.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Purvis? Do you have a follow-up?
No, thank you. I think that addresses the specific point that I was making.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Reid, you have a question.
Thank you, Convener. A couple of questions. There's a suggestion that the site is not wide enough to accommodate the building. Mr. Miles said that. Is that accurate or not? And secondly, who would adjudicate as to whether or not that wall is listed or not? I mean, there seems to be two completely opposing views on that, and somebody must be able to adjudicate on the fact of that.
Mr. Smith, if you'd like to come in on those, so, thank you.
In terms of is the site wide enough? Well, the drawings that we have in front of us appear to demonstrate that the site is wide enough. Mr. Miles has a different view to that. In terms of who would adjudicate, well, to determine what does and doesn't require listed building consent is a matter for the planning authority to adjudicate on in line with the various statutes and regulations in place. And our position is that listed building consent is not required for works to that feature wall.
Thank you. Gentlemen, do we have any further questions for officers? No, thank you. Then in that case, we will move, I will ask for a motion. Do we have a motion? It's me again, absolutely, and I'm more than happy to move the paper. We have already agreed as a planning authority that this building should go ahead. That already has consent. What we are looking at today is the additional part regarding the conservation and the listed building, and that I see no reason, based on the information that has come forward, not to go ahead with the application. I'm back to a smiley face from Councillor Wilson and a second from Councillor James. Councillor Wilson, are you seconding or are you in agreement? I'm confused by.
Convener, thank you, and I do apologise for having to use what are emojis or whatever they're called, but I've lost the keyboard facility on the Surface Pro, so my only way to send you a message is that way. I'll try and use the most appropriate ones possible and no more crying, Convener. I'm more than happy to second the motion for approval. This has been a long saga, to be quite blunt. I understand that Mr. Miles has very strong feelings about it and very detailed opinions about it, but in some ways, and he partly answered this and he answered to my question, was he's fighting the battle of the outline, the in principle consent for a house. That's been already agreed, and the reporter agreed that the site was capable of taking a house of suitable design. We've had that discussion. This is about the listed building consent details in relation to that, and I think yes, it has taken a while, but I think that demonstrates that the planners have looked at this thoroughly and in detail about it, and given the points that Mr. Miles has made a good deal of consideration, although he doesn't necessarily agree with the answers that have come out of that. So I'm happy to second you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Purvis, you have an amendment?
Thank you, Convener. And noting the points that have already been made, and thank you to Mr. Smith for his answer in relation to the fact that these applications can come forward separately. While that clearly is the case, I don't think necessarily that the fact that one has been given approval should prejudice the determination of this application. So I think it's perfectly legitimate for us to assess this on its own merits. I'm sure we are all doing. Therefore, I come to a slightly different conclusion to the motion. And I think that given the points that have been made by the DPAA in the past about the impact that any development would have on the Cooper Angus Conservation Area, and the fact that it is not my view that such a proposal would preserve or enhance the historic setting of the special or any features of the special architectural or historical interest in the area, I would move that we refuse the application on those grounds. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Waters, you would like to second the amendment, so do you have any comments?
Sorry, just switching the mic and video on. Yes, no, I you know, it is a conservation area. It does not sit within the in my opinion, the ideals of what a conservation should be doing. It should be about preserving the historical and the buildings within that, and other curtilage within that area. And I do not feel that this application does that. So I'm happy to second it.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Okay, then I'm going to sum up. As I've already stated and why I put the motion forward, I think we've already been through this process, as Councillor Wilson has also alluded to. This has gone on. This has been before us now on 3 separate occasions in my memory that I've certainly worked on. And then we, sorry, I see Councillor Purvis is putting up comments from other people. I do apologise. Yes, you're absolutely correct. I must send my apologies. I'm trying to work 2 screens and bits of paper. It's a little bit confusing for me, but sorry, do we have any comments from other people? Councillor Barnacle.
Thanks, Convener. Yes, I was actually going to second Councillor Purvis, but was beaten to it by my colleague Councillor Waters. I actually think there are a number of issues around the listed building consent that have not been properly addressed in the report as far as I'm concerned, so I'm happy to support the amendment. That's all I want to say.
Okay, any further comments from committee? No. Okay. Now you'll come to my joyful summing up. Okay. As has already been alluded to, this has been before us quite a few times. We have discussed and rediscussed and discussed again the merits of whether there should be houses or a house on this particular site. We looked at the road access both at front and back. We have looked and discussed again and time again on whether there should be a principal dwelling on this land, and we have come to the conclusion that that is correct, and the design of the house was already approved. So we are now looking at the final part of the jigsaw. And in my opinion, there is no reason that I can see that we should not proceed and allow a house to finally be developed on this piece of land. So I think it's time to move on. I think it is sympathetic when we look at conservation areas. It is to preserve and enhance, and there will be opinions on whether this is an enhancement or not. But modern twists do enhance areas, in my opinion, and I think this could be. It's a low-lying house. It will sit low. The visibility from the road and the wall will be very, very minor, and we have discussed all this in advance. So I would put that forward to the committee, that this is a suitable and sensible addition to the area, even though it's an enhancement of a conservation area that rather than a preservation, and that is, as I say, is my opinion. Councillor Wilson, do you have anything to add?
No.
No. Then in that case, I will pass it over to Mr. Fogg to sum up, and then on to a roll call vote, please.
Convener, just before we go to the vote, can I ask Councillor Purvis to clarify the terms of his amendment? I have him noted as saying that the reason for his amendment to refuse the application is on the basis that it fails to preserve or enhance. What I'm not clear, and what I'd be grateful if he could clarify, is that failure to preserve and enhance the listed building of Abbey Hill, or the conservation area in which this site is located, or is it both the listed building and the conservation areas that are being integrated, in his opinion?
Apologies, Mr. Fogg, for not being clear on that. It was both the Cooper Angus conservation area and also the setting of the listed Abbey Hill property, and also, if possible, if we could, I don't know whether this is possible, but if we could refer to the previous DPA reporter's view on that, if that's possible.
That wouldn't be my recommendation as part of the reason. I don't think it needs it. I think the reason stands, it's a background of how you come to it. I don't think it actually belong. My advice is it wouldn't belong in the reason itself for refusal.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
In which case, Convener, as you know, the motion is your own, which is to approve the application in accordance with the recommendation in the report of handling. And your motion is seconded by Councillor Wilson. The amendment is made by Councillor Purvis, which is to refuse the application on the basis that the listed building proposal fails to preserve and enhance either the setting of the listed Abbey Hill dwelling house and the conservation area in which the site is located. And that amendment is seconded by Councillor Waters. I pass over to my colleague Danny Williams, who will now take the roll call vote.
Yes, good morning again, members. So when I read out your name, if you can let me know whether you'll be voting for the motion or the amendment, and then at the end, as usual, we'll have I'll read the results out. So, Councillor Anderson.
Motion.
Councillor Barnacle.
Amendment.
Councillor Braun.
Motion.
Councillor Drysdale.
Amendment.
Councillor Gray.
Motion.
Councillor Illingworth.
Motion.
Councillor James.
Motion.
Councillor McCall.
Motion.
Councillor Purvis.
Amendment.
Okay, Councillor Reid.
Motion. Amendment.
Okay, so that was amendment. Councillor Waters.
Amendment.
Councillor Williamson.
Motion.
And Councillor Wilson.
Motion.
Okay, members, I'd just like to confirm this with Mr. Fogg, but I have 8 votes in favour of the motion and 5 in favour of the amendment.
I have the same counting, Danny.
Thank you. So the motion will carry.
Thank you very much indeed. That's us taking that application. So we will now move on to the next application in front of us. Okay, my apologies again, trying to pick up the next load of papers. Okay, so the next application in front of us is 522. And that is in Crook of Devon. So it's the erection of 10 dwelling houses with associated infrastructure and landscaping, approval of matters specified in conditions 1855, land northwest of Shalhallion in Crook of Devon. And I would like to ask Mr. Smith to speak to the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Now, this application seeks, as we say, approval of matters specified in conditions of a planning and permission in principle that was previously approved. Particularly, it seeks approval for a relatively low density development of 10 detached houses accessed off an existing private road. Now, if we move to the stills, the first still shows a location plan which shows the surroundings, including housing and roads, with the A road down to the southeast. The next slide shows a block plan. Now, this shows the proposed layout with 3 properties fronting and accessed from the private road, and the remaining 7 accessed off an internal road with a communal landscaped focal point in the centre. The next slide is an aerial image, and that shows some of the surrounding context, with to the north a field, whilst to the east is similar density housing to that proposed, some accessed off the private road. To the west is a scout campsite, whilst to the south is the tree-lined River Devon with a further field beyond. Moving to some photographs taken of the site. This next photo shows the access looking west, so that's the private road across the frontage of the site and towards the entrance to the scout campsite. The next slide, then we look southwest into the site from the access road, where there's an opening at the moment at the northeast corner, and looking towards the River Devon, which are in the position of the trees in the background there. The next slide. So here we see a view across the site towards that northeast corner, this time from down by those trees, and that shows some of the adjacent housing. The next slide. So we here have a view across the site through the northern boundary from next to the access gate to the scout camp, and you can maybe make that out on that metal gate there that there's some writing identifying it as the scout camp. The next slide, here we see a view from sort of the end of the track, again fairly close to the entrance to the scout camp, and that shows, if you look through the site on the right hand side of the slide, the housing to the east, and then the access track itself with a few puddles on it. The next slide is a further view of that access track, again looking east in rather drier, more recent condition situation. And then the final slide takes us back to the proposed layout, and that's the conclusion of the presentation. Thank you.
My apologies. I went to switch off on my mic and switched off my camera. So thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for that presentation. We have a deputation to hear. Can I ask if Councillor Robertson is waiting in the lobby ready to do the deputation? No, he's not on yet. Okay, just bear with us a wee second while we can see if we can get Councillor Robertson on the phone. Apologies for the delay.
Convener, while we're waiting on Councillor Robertson, I don't know if any of our IT colleagues can help me get my the Surface Pro. I need to use the keyboard on screen, and I don't know if any of our IT whiz kids can help restore that, because I don't want to go through the rest of the meeting sending you funny faces, if at all possible. I've tried to sort it at this end, but as you know, Convener, IT and myself are not fellows. Yep.
Yes, if somebody could do that whilst we're waiting, if that's possible. Whilst I understand the process for deputations is that they have to phone in, there is a way actually for people to phone in and sit waiting. Now, obviously, phoning in does become a situation where you don't want to do it too early, because one, there's nothing worse than sitting there not being able to participate, but secondly, it can also be costly. So I understand that people aren't phoning in until the last minute. So I think that's the situation that we're experiencing right now, rather than anything else. So hopefully we'll be able to get in contact with Councillor Robertson quite quickly. But it is my understanding that you could sit in the lobby waiting to be connected. Is that they have to phone in. There is a way actually for people to phone in and sit waiting. Now, obviously, phoning in does become a situation where you don't hear that. I'm hearing myself. There, not being able to participate, but secondly, it can also be costly. Councillor Robertson, is that yourself? Councillor Robertson? I was given I was informed that Councillor Robertson was on the call, but we seem to have lost that.
Councillor Robertson, could you please press the star button on your phone followed by the number 6 to unmute yourself, please?
Councillor Robertson.
Hello, sorry. Absolutely, you've no idea how difficult this is to get through.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for doing so, and thank you for being there now. I'm actually going to pass over to Councillor Braun, the Vice Convener, who will go through the process and give you your details, and then we'll go to your deputation. Thank you very much for your attendance. Councillor Braun.
Thank you.
Good morning, Councillor Robertson. I presume you can hear me?
I can indeed.
Right, okay. As usual, you're going to make a presentation to the committee. You'll have your 5 minutes to make that presentation. I will interrupt you after 4 minutes to warn you that you have 1 minute left. If you're still speaking at the end of 5 minutes, I will ask you to wind up. And the procedure I'm adopting this morning is that when you start your deputation in a moment, I will start the timer. So it's really over to you now.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to address the committee on this application. I find this whole thing very unsatisfactory when the Planning and Development Management Committee are determining an application without anyone, apart from perhaps Councillor Barnacle, having actually visited the site. In previous, I know I've sat in the Planning Committee before, and I've always had confidence that both the convener and vice convener have actually visited the site and actually know exactly what they're talking about when we come to discuss an application. So it's quite disconcerting to know that the only person who's got intimate knowledge of the site is Councillor Barnacle. I actually know the site myself, but in a normal instance, I was going to speak to committee, I would actually go and have a look at it just to refresh my memory, because the photographs that were shown don't really give you the full story. So that's my starting point. The Back Crook, which serves this site, is a single track road, and it was noticeable that there was no photographs in the presentation you got of the Back Crook itself, the actual road through the Back Crook, which is very narrow, it's single track, and has got very, very poor sight lines. Again, if committee members had been able to visit the site, they would see exactly what I'm talking about, and one of the reasons that people have objected to the site. Another reason for objections is that the site is actually going straight onto the Millennium Path, which leads to the bridge over the Devon, and it's very, very well used by local people, both as an exercise for exercise, young children and adults. And there's never a day passes without seeing loads of people walking down that little track. So it's a shame that all the entrances are now going to come onto that track and compromise the safety of people using it. I would actually ask the committee to either refuse this application for the reasons that I have given, or if the worst comes to the worst, to defer it until councillors can actually visit the site and see the conditions for themselves on site. The Crooked Devon needs houses, but they need affordable houses for people to live in. Every house that's been built in Crooked Devon in the last 5 years have been large 4 or 5 bedroomed houses. So it's about time we actually demanded that developers who develop these sites actually build affordable housing on the sites themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson. I'll pass it back to the convener.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Councillor Robertson. Are you happy to take questions from the committee?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Councillor Gray, you would like to ask a question, please.
Yes, thank you, convener. Councillor Robertson, how do you know that no one else has visited this site? As I recall, I did do it at the last meeting, which referred to this site. And that's not to say I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I have visited it, and I see no reason why other members of the committee may not have also visited it at the previous occasion.
Yes,
how do you know that we've not visited it?
Well, under the current guidelines, you're not allowed to go and visit it and see what the site is like in its current state. I know when you were the convener of development management, you were diligent in the way you actually visited sites and actually saw them at first hand. And as I said in my preamble, that that actually gave me confidence that you had intimate knowledge of the places that we were discussing. And I like to think that councillors on the planning committee have actually done the same. I used to always go and look at sites that I was, if there was a lot of concerns about it, a lot of objections, just to because first-hand knowledge makes such a difference. And although you and perhaps other members of the committee have actually managed to look at the site on a previous application, many of them have not been able to do so on this occasion. So it's from that point of view, I see it as an unsatisfactory situation.
Can I add to that? Yeah, can I add and ask, do you consider it's changed radically in the past 2 years then?
Well, because I haven't visited it, because I haven't visited it, I would normally go and have a look, but I'm not. It's not permitted. It's not permitted to do so. So I cannot tell you that.
Very well, thank you, Councillor Robertson.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Anderson, you have a question. Councillor Anderson? Councillor Anderson, have you unmuted your phone, your laptop?
Yes, ma'am.
Councillor Anderson, yes, please, if you'd like to ask your question. You've gone again. I believe the hovering over the mute button can be quite sensitive. If you could just be sure that you unmute yourself before you ask your question. We'll come back to Councillor Anderson. Councillor Illingworth, do you have a question for Councillor Robertson?
Yeah, thank you. My question is your only objection to this development is that it should be affordable houses or smaller houses, and that the houses are too large.
Thank you. As you'll know, little rural villages need a mix of houses, and all Crooked Devon have had in the last number of years are large, huge houses that have been built in every housing site that's become available. And for that reason, I think even if this site is developed, that the developer shouldn't be allowed to pay the fee and the affordable housing be moved somewhere else. We badly need affordable housing actually in the village of Crooked Devon itself to allow people to downsize and people who have always lived there to remain living there if they want to move into a smaller house.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll try Councillor Anderson again. I believe he's having problems unmuting, but it's very sensitive. So you just need to do a single click over it and
that's it now, Councillor.
Try again. It's unmuted.
Yes.
It's unmuted. Whether it stays or not, who knows? And my mouse is well away from it. Thank you, convener. Councillor Robertson, 1 minute you're on about the volume of traffic there would be a big problem. But if you were to look at doing affordable housing there or social housing, would that not be a higher volume of housing? And is that not sort of contradictory to what you're saying about the volume of traffic? So you can't have it both ways. You know, is your main concern the volume of traffic, or is your main concern affordable housing?
My experience is that if you've got smaller houses, affordable houses, they don't tend to have 2 or 3 cars. That's the first thing. So I think that it has been established that housing is going to be allowed on that site. It's about what we allow on that site that's important. All I'm saying is if we're going to build on that site, then we shouldn't allow the affordable housing element to be moved somewhere else. It's been established that housing was going to be on that site, but it's making the best use of that site that I'm worried about. I'm also worried about the traffic in the Back Crook, and it's a shame that people can't actually visit. It's a beautiful little road, but it's a shame that people, because of the current restrictions, are unable to visit and see it for themselves. Just see it's a lovely part of Kinrossshire. And I would be concerned about the traffic implications for it. But if it's affordable housing, 25% affordable housing, I would expect there to be less cars than 10 large houses that are proposed at present.
thank you. Councillor Barnacle.
Thanks, convener. Morning, Willie. I just wondered if you would agree with me that this is quite a sensitive site set between existing housing and the Scout camp to the west and running just to the south of a well-used core path. Would you agree actually that it is a judgment call on the density that we permit on the site, and also that the layout's been changed to put more accesses onto the rural lane itself, which will be upgraded to a road and change the ambience of the area somewhat from an earlier layout that just had the one access? Would you agree that that's a consideration when looking at this application?
I would agree exactly with what you've said. The current plan is to urbanise what is a semi-rural area, and the Back Crook itself is mostly random houses with large gardens, just built in almost like not hotspots, but in a random sense. This is an estate, by and large, an urban estate plunked into a rural setting. And I agree entirely with what you're saying about having all these entrances onto what is an important and well-used core path.
Okay, thank you. Can I just ask councillors, do we have any further questions for Councillor Robertson? Councillor Robertson, sorry. No. In that case, Councillor Robertson, thank you very much indeed for your time this morning. And I know it was difficult to get access for you. Hopefully this will become smoother. But I appreciate your time this morning and thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much indeed. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, we have questions for officers now, and I'm just trying to see who was first. My apologies. Councillor Williamson, I think you were first. Sorry, my apologies. If you'd like to ask your questions to officers, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, convener. My question is about the drainage and flooding section of the paper, specifically paragraphs 54, 55, 56, and the disposal of sewage. There's no certainty there that the developer can connect onto the water supply. So is there a capacity issue or not at Crooked Devon? And why has the sewage issue not been resolved before? Why has the sewage issue not been resolved if it's going to need further planning permission at a later date?
Thank you, Councillor. The situation there is relatively normal. Scottish Water have been consulted and they can't confirm until such time as someone has made a connection application to them. They're not objecting to the application, but they're just saying, look, there is a limited capacity at the wastewater treatment works, and that would be resolved through the application to connect. Now, if it was then found that there wasn't the possibility to connect, then an alternative means of drainage would require to be investigated, and if that required amendments to the scheme such that a further planning application was required, then that would have to come before us. But we are satisfied that the provisions in place, subject to a connection, are satisfactory. If that answers your question.
Councillor Williamson, does that answer the question?
Yeah, I was trying to nod there and had my mic muted. Yeah. But yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah, remind councillors don't nod because we can't see you. Okay, so Councillor Anderson, if you could ask your question, please. There we go. Councillor Anderson, you were live there. You've unmuted yourself again, sir. It's just that's it. You're there. That's you.
I've got to. Oh yeah, I'm there now.
You are, Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, somebody must have done it for me. Yes, a question for officers. I read that it's only one property is getting solar panels. Can we condition it that it should be looked at for solar panels to be on all these properties? I mean, we want to try and keep our carbon footprint in new properties down as much as possible. And yes, I know the developers agreed to cut by 10%, but I mean, not to have only one property with solar panels. I mean, we could ask, or I would like to think there's a condition that we could ask for more than that. Is that a possibility?
Mr. Smith, could you answer the question, please?
Yeah, the policy that's relevant in assessing that is quite nuanced, and there are various means to reduce the carbon footprint, principally fabric first, so reducing the need for energy in the first place. So solar panels are only one means of dealing with that as a lower zero carbon technology in terms of how they generate power. But as you'll appreciate, the production of solar panels in themselves has a carbon footprint. So the approach taken here is fairly wide ranging, and we're satisfied that it more than meets the policy requirements. We would then be adding an extra expectation on top of the requirements of the policy if we were asking for further solar panels, which in themselves could be argued to have a carbon footprint issue in them.
Why would they not have a fat carbon footprint issue in the one that is having solar panels in?
Well, that's the approach that they're taking, that they will do that there, and that forms part of the process and project to achieve the policy compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Councillor Waters, you have a question?
Thank you, convener. I have two questions,
Sure.
actually. The first one is carrying on from Councillor Williamson and the connection to the foul water drains. We've had two identical letters, one in 18 with the initial application with this in 2018, and the other one related to this one, which Scottish Water have actually asked to say that the developer can put a pre-development application in regarding connection to the foul water treatment in Drum. Just regarding that, why the benefits they actually seen or knowing if there is the ability to connect to that treatment system would surely be an important part of this application. And given given by the name of the application that Scottish Water are asking for, that is a pre-development application, why are we not getting to see that or having that done, which can make us make a more informed decision with this? And the second,
Yeah, we'll just do them one at a time because Mr. Smith has an answer for that. So we'll do that one first if we can, please. Thank you.
Yes, I think what Scottish Water are pointing out is their technical processes that they can go through, but a pre-application submission to Scottish Water would not reserve capacity for you. So what we can take comfort from is that Scottish Water are not objecting to the proposal. So my experience has shown that if there is a capacity issue, that they would consider that there was absolutely no probability of a development of this size connecting because they were beyond capacity. They would object to the application on that basis. They don't object, they simply say that there is not a guarantee and there's limited capacity. But it tends to be that developers or proposers of development will not get a position from Scottish Water, whether that's through a pre-application submission, until they go through the formal process and then have a connection confirmed. But I would advise that, given that Scottish Water do not object, that there is capacity, it's just not reserved for this development, and there is limitations, and it may well be the longer this goes on that there might be an issue down the line, but that would be a matter between the developer and Scottish Water.
Okay, your second question, Councillor Waters.
Thank you for that. I would still give more information, I believe, but thanks for the answer there. Regarding the affordable housing element, and as Councillor Robertson rightly pointed out, that there's issues with a number of small settlements, but especially in Crooked Evan, where we are not enforcing the policy, the good policy we have with 25% affordable housing within certain smaller settlements, and certainly in the Crook. Can I ask officers why that's the case? Why couldn't we look at the potential that some of these houses in here could have been made affordable, and certainly looking at the design, I think there was a potential in there with this development that some of these houses could have been made affordable, even if there was an extra one or two houses in there to allow the developer to get his returns on it. And just asking officers why we're not pursuing that in these smaller settlements. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, could you answer that question, please?
Yes, well, we are enforcing the policy and the guidance, and the policy and the guidance allows for the approach that's been taken, where the 25% or 2.5 units is dealt with by a commuted sum that the council can then determine how they wish to spend that money in the local area. So the policy is being applied.
Okay, thank you.
I think my what I was trying to get at is it seems to be that the commuted sum is always going to the commuted sum, rather than what's actually required in the area, which is affordable housing. How are we engaging with developers, and how are we taking that forward to look at what's required within the area as well, and try and use the part of the policy that's most relevant for the needs of the community and the area. Thank you.
Again, Mr. Smith, could you follow up on that, please?
Yeah, I mean, that's a complicated matter that's perhaps better taken up with the development plan team and the developer obligations officer to maybe talk you through how the policy and the guidance works, how much commuted sums are received, and what the potential projects are going forward for affordable housing. But in this case, you know, the policy and guidance are being applied, and we have secured the 25% affordable housing in relation to a commuted sum.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Braun, your question, please.
Thank you, convener. Two questions really, but they're both linked together towards traffic. I just want to clarify, this is quite a narrow lane, it looks like, from the photographs as well. Am I right in saying that the bulk of traffic that will be going along this stretch of the lane will be accessing the site, so it's people who live on the site? And apart from, of course, the scout camp where that's being used. And the second part of the question is, it being narrow and we've heard that pedestrians use it, is it quite safe for cars and pedestrians to pass each other? Is it wide enough for that? And should we be considering some form of speed restriction, given the width of this lane? So it's both a question for traffic, really.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Braun. Mr. Salmon, could you answer the question, please?
Good morning, committee. I shall take the first question in terms of traffic movements. Yes, the bulk of traffic movements would be associated with the existing residential and the proposed site, as well as the access to the Scout area. In terms of pedestrians, road safety have been consulted and have raised no objection. Indeed, the proposed upgrades, which have been conditioned, also there is a view that this actually improves pedestrian safety and access to along the site. In terms of requirement for any traffic calming, again, road safety were consulted and did not request such measures to be conditioned. The site is, in terms of the actual access road, it is a straight road, good visibility. It is also a relatively short length of road between the junction and the access to the proposed site of roughly 140 metres, and no concerns over speed of vehicles was raised by road safety.
Thank you. Thanks, convener.
Thank you. Councillor Purvis, your question, please.
Thank you, convener. I wanted to reference the housing density on the site, and if we go back to the original report of handling for the in-principle application in 2015, it said, and this was for 9 properties, that it is considered that this indicative plan is far too optimistic as to the number of units that could realistically be achieved within the site. The density and form of the layout does not respect the traditional pattern of development in the immediate area and is more akin to the type of development that would be expected in a more urban area. I suppose my question is, what I can't understand is how it could have been unacceptable for such density to get permission back in 2015 when this application is for more houses, 10 houses rather than 9. And they seem to be larger houses than the houses that were given permission for before, notwithstanding any changes to the layout. Just on that specific issue of density, how can this proposal for approval be consistent with that previous recommendation for refusal on those grounds? Thank you.
Mr. Smith, could you answer the question?
Yes, I think that the wording there is perhaps not helpful. It was more related rather to the density than the way in which the site was laid out, that was not seemed to be an appropriate way of laying the site out, and it actually condensed development somewhat. I think from memory it was like General Custer rounding up the wagons in a circular form. But in this case, you know, I think just looking at the plan that's before us there, these are very, very large plots with lots and lots of garden ground, way in excess of our minimum standards. And I think our view is that the density there, when you take the size of the site relative to the number of units, how they're laid out, that the density is appropriate, as is the layout in this instance.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Purvis, does that answer your question?
Yes, sorry, I was not.
Sorry, it's fine. No, it's fine. No, my apologies. I only have one person visible at a time, so if you're nodding, I don't necessarily see it. But thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Gray, you're next, please. Can I have your question?
Thank you, Convener. I've got to say most of my questions very much relate to those of Councillor Braun and Councillor Purvis. Councillor Braun on the transport, the traffic issue. My feeling here is that the site now has 4 accesses onto it rather than 1, as in the previous access recently referred to by Councillor Purvis. I really feel that this is an unnecessary addition and a slight danger. I would need confirmation from the traffic team that they're quite happy that 3 more accesses onto a road which is about to be resurfaced, I gather, with passing places, albeit. However, you know, if you look at Plot C access is to some extent hides the passing place on the same side of the road. Imagine somebody coming along there, nicks into the passing place for some reason, and is about to leave that access just as at passing place, just as someone leaves Plot C. Now, I just feel it is far too close to it, and these dangers are they're there to create problems, and I feel that the site of 9 houses, as it was before, now 10, should still only have 1 access into it. It's a piece of nonsense. This goes onto a core path road, a single track core path road with 4 accesses into a 9 house estate could easily have been avoided. That along with other things. So I need confirmation from the traffic, please, Mr. Salmond. Are you satisfied with the safety of all these accesses on that road?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Mr. Salmon, could you answer that, please?
Yes, indeed. As previously mentioned, road safety were consulted and did not raise any objection. In regards to multiple vehicle access directly onto the road, there is a view that in terms of pedestrian safety, that having multiple accesses slows traffic down. In terms of visibility displays, it's been deemed as acceptable. In terms of the speed, which is in the area is 20 miles an hour, and it's been judged on that basis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barnacle, you have a question.
Thanks, Convener. I have more than one question, actually. Sure. But maybe we should just go through it. My first question is for legal. Given that a number of councillors seem to think this is quite a sensitive site that we need to take care on, would deferral for a site visit in the current situation be a competent thing, or is it the case that there's no prospect of lockdown resulting in us to be able to have a perfectly adequate site visit? It's quite a big site. I'm sure social distancing could be accomplished. Would it be competent to ask for that? That's my first question of legal.
Yeah, I would like to take your questions separately, if that's okay, Councillor Barnacle, just because they're on different points. Mr. Fogg, do you have an answer to that? I'm not sure if it's to yourself or through Democratic Services that we're actually getting the legal standpoint, but Mr. Fogg, do you have an answer?
Yeah, Convener, my view is it would be competent for Councillor Barnacle to move to defer to allow a site visit to take place. I was worried in case he was going to be asking me to tell him when that might happen, because I do not know that, obviously. What the committee would have to appreciate is that the developer, given the uncertainty as to how long it might take, could choose to exercise the right to treat it on the basis of a non-determination appeal and not wait. But that's a separate matter. But purely in the narrow terms in which it's phrased, it would be competent, providing the committee realised we couldn't know when the site visit would take place. There are some signs of relaxations being permitted. Guidance was issued by the Scottish Government on Friday, which I'm not yet familiar with. So it's possible that over the course of the summer, the situation could change. And if the committee wanted to defer and see how long it took, that would be a matter for them.
Thank you, Mr. Fogg. Councillor Barnacle, does that answer the question?
Partly, but there is a supplementary. Do we actually know what the timescale is in terms of determination? In order, I would be concerned about the potential for an appeal on non-determination. Do we have any timescale on that?
I'm not getting an A there, so I'm not 100% sure who's going to answer that question. Mr. Fogg, is that from yourself?
I think it's 8 weeks. I suspect it's already in a situation where it would be open to the developer to pursue a non-determination appeal. I can't quite, I don't immediately know when this was validated, but perhaps Mr. Smith can clarify that for the committee.
Yeah, Mr. Smith, could you clarify, please?
Yeah, we're past the period when they could appeal. So they could make an appeal. If there was a deferral today, they could appeal today.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Barnacle.
Yeah, thanks for that. That's helpful. Could I just, next question is for transport. I appreciate previous questions, particularly from Councillor Gray. Residents have said that they think it's, and I think it's a fair point, that if you take the housing development that has taken place along the Back Crook historically, this particular site would increase the traffic onto the Back Crook Road by about 33%. I think that's probably reasonable. And it's onto, as we know, quite a windy single track green route and school road with a 20-mile-an-hour limit, as Councillor Robertson pointed out. So I'm just wanting to know from Transport if they agree that in the context of the area as it is at present, that's quite a significant increase in the traffic onto the Back Crook Road.
Mr. Salmon, would you like to answer that question, please?
Yeah, so in terms of traffic generation, it very much has to be taken into context. And what I mean by that is, yes, there will be an increase in traffic, but in the context of the site, that is 10 units, the trip generation in terms of vehicles would likely be in the sort of 6 to 8 vehicles during the AM peak and the PM peak. So that is quite a small number of vehicles. You know, you're looking at maybe one every 10 minutes or between 8-10 minutes. Now, if you're starting from a low base, as you refer to, there's not huge numbers of houses on the Back Crook. So that makes it look as in terms of percentage a huge increase, but in terms of actual numbers, we're looking at a very low number here.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Smith, you would like to add to that, please?
Yeah, maybe Mr. Salmon can confirm, but I think once you get to the junction that's just off the slide that we're looking at the minute, then there are a number of options to then travel on to the A-class or other classified roads in the locality. It's not, and to my understanding, that there's only one route once you get beyond that point. So the loading would disperse. Is that correct, Mr. Salmon?
Yes, Mr. Salmon, could you respond to that?
Yes, indeed. In terms of distribution, use of a bit of a common sense, during the school rush hour, for instance, the area of the school becomes busier. So there would be an option to not go that route and take an alternative route to avoid that area.
Okay, thank you both. Councillor Barnacle, do you have any further questions?
Yeah, finally, one or two questions for planning. The first one relates to neighbour notification. I wondered why the owners of the Scout camp immediately adjacent to the site were not notified. That's a question on neighbour notification. I have seen an interchange of emails between the case officer and the Scout group, but to me they should have been notified, even under the ridiculously tight 20-metre rule.
Well, I do understand that is the reason, but I will pass it on to Mr. Smith to answer. But my understanding of it is that there is a very specific radius, and if you fall out with that radius, we can keep expanding the radius, but there will always be somebody who is out with the radius. So I will pass it on to Mr. Smith to answer the question. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct. The neighbour notification regulations are set nationally, and there's a limitation that you must be within 20 metres of the application site. That is that the point of the property that has a notifiable address to which is generally served by the post office is within that 20 metres. In this case, we, as an alternative, because there wasn't that address point within that distance, what we then do when we know that there is what's termed intervening land, we publish a press advert, and that's in line with the statute that covers that. But I think here, a campsite where the buildings on it are not occupied permanently, equally whether or not there is facility for mail to be delivered into that building is also a question to be answered, but it's not deemed to be a notifiable property by a letter being sent to that property. As an alternative, it was notified, as was other property such as the field opposite or the land to the south, through a press advert, and that's in line with statute that covers neighbour notification that's set nationally by Scottish Government. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barnacle, are you? Do you have any further questions?
Yes, I do actually. Okay. Although, fortunately, colleagues have asked some of them already. Could I refer to the report to 2 paragraphs? Paragraph 31 refers to a zone site, but would you agree that it is not a zone site? It is white land with a previous housing decision in principle, but without agreement on numbers. That's the reality. And paragraph 47 refers to resurfacing a track that has never been a tarmac road except at the entrance, so that's incorrect. This is changing the actual nature of the track into a road. Am I not right?
Mr. Smith, could you answer those questions?
Yes, thank you. In terms of paragraph 31, I think that states the site is within the settlement boundary of Crooked Devon, specifically within an area zoned for residential and compatible uses via policy 17. So what's that saying is that the white land question, it's within the settlement boundary where policy 17 is relevant, where residential development is proposed, and then paragraph 32 further sets out that the site benefits from planning permission in principle. If that answers the question, Councillor Barnacle.
Okay, and with regards to the road?
Yeah, I'm just scrolling down to
I can see that
Mr.
Yes. Salmon is happy to answer that.
Yes.
Maybe I'll go to Dean first, and then I can come back to you, Christian, if you want to ask. Okay.
Thanks.
Dean?
Yes, the track or the access as well is to be upgraded to a bound surface, and there will be some improvements, specifically a formation of a passing place and some widening in the vicinity of the new access to the site. In terms of the definition of a road, essentially it is a private access. It will not be adopted. It will not be brought up to a adoptable standard. I believe the wording of the condition is that it will be improved to an acceptable standard to accommodate the vehicle movements, as it were, the types of vehicles, and also to ensure that provision for pedestrians is also improved through the formation of a bound surface.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Do you wish to add to that?
No, I think that covers it. It's not to be adopted, but it would be upgraded, yes.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Barnacle, your next question, please.
My final question, because other councillors have asked the others, is just on the question of the impact on the core path and changing it from one access under a previous layout to 4. Were community green space consulted on that? Because the Millennium Core Path around the village is a very important asset for the community. Were community green space consulted?
Mr. Smith, could you answer that, please? Have we lost you, Mr. Smith?
Sorry, I was just scrolling up to the point there. The community green space weren't consulted, but obviously this is a detailed reserve matters application following on from the planning permission in principle, and we consulted with transport planning. The improvements to that road are not considered to adversely impact on the core path, rather to improve the situation, so we are comfortable with the arrangements that are in place.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any further questions for officers? I think that's us through the list. No, thank you very much indeed. Okay, right, so we're now on to the point where I would ask for a motion. Do we have a motion? I was just going to let it come forward. Again, I am always more than happy to do this because I have assessed the situation as we go through the process. I would like to move the paper as is. We have planning permission in principle on this site. I understand that then makes the situation difficult, but we do have planning in principle. Sorry, a message just pinged up. It just distracts a little. We do have planning in principle. So we've looked at the development, we've looked at the orientation, we've looked at that there is going to be an improvement on the lane and on the road. There is going to be an enhancement. The property sizes and the size of the gardens are very similar in size and in shape to the existing properties dotted around. It makes it very difficult to turn around and say this is what it looks like, but we can't continue to do so. So I think we've been very sympathetic with the application that has come forward. The change in the layout has made a massive difference and has allowed some very beautiful houses to come forward, in my opinion. And as I say, there will be an enhancement to the lane for walkers and drivers that are already using it. So in my opinion, I am happy to support the motion, and I see that Councillor James is happy to second. Councillor James.
Thanks, convener. You pretty much said everything that I would have said in seconding the motion. Yes, it's already in principle. What you've got here is a sensible, I think, layout. Yes, we've heard that the road safety issues have been addressed. Everything's been addressed. So I don't see any reason for actually turning this application down. I'm happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor James. Sorry, before we go on to the amendment that I see that Councillor Barnacle would like to do, I just wanted to double check something if I could with Mr Fogg. I believe that Councillor Wilson fell out of the conversation at some point through this, and Councillor Anderson is now off the system. I want clarification that if this actually does go forward to a vote, then there would be an issue with both of them voting.
Convener, the position is, as you stated at the onset of the meeting, there is an expectation that any councillor who votes in the application has had the benefit of listening and hearing to the entirety of the deliberation.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Wilson, I believe you have a chance to comment on the motion, if that's what you wish to do.
Well, I was going to come in later, convener, but my question on process follows on from Mr. Fogg's interjection there, which I'm not going to argue with. Yes, I lost the connection. I got it back. I heard Willie Robertson. I didn't. I missed the bit when he was trying to phone in. But the officers will know what the gap was, right? And there was a gap, and I acknowledge that. And I see Henry Anderson's now back in again. His device has been overheating, but I think this demonstrates a pretty classic weakness. And it wasn't the internet connection here; it just stopped working, right? Even with my limited expertise in this subject. So if I could be advised, if the gap that I had was simply when Willie Robertson was trying to phone in, which wasn't really part of the discussion and the debate, or whether there's a gap of any sort is the rule, is what I'm asking about clarification on.
Okay, thank you. Fine, I think we may end up having to maybe have a wee small recess to just get proper answers on that, but initially we'll try, Mr. Fogg, if you could possibly come in, and maybe IT could come in as well. I'm not sure how this is going to work.
Yeah, Convener, if the period in which Councillor Wilson was offline, as it were, coincided with the period when we were all waiting for Councillor Robertson to join the meeting, then I don't think anyone has been prejudiced by that, and I don't think in that unusual situation that of itself would be a reason for him being precluded from proceeding to vote on the item.
Okay, thank you. Fine. Okay, then I'm not sure if IT can give us details on when that was. That's the issue, I suppose. And maybe if somebody from IT could just ping me a message letting me know if that's the case. As there has been a motion and there has been a seconding, I believe Councillor Barnacle would like to come forward with an amendment, which I think we should proceed with, and then hopefully IT could give me some information on the chat as to that. Okay, Councillor Barnacle.
Thanks, Convener. Well, given what Mr. Fogg said regarding the risk of moving a deferral, given the potential for appeal, and because I have a number of issues with the report, which not all of which have been addressed satisfactorily to me this morning, I wish to move an amendment to refuse the application, basically on grounds that when the community engaged, I'd like to point out that originally this site was excluded from the settlement boundary in the 2004 local plan by forward planning because they felt it was a sensitive site next to the scout camp. Subsequently, in talks between the community, myself and the landowner prior to LDP1, we agreed to include it, and at that time it was on the assurance there would be a development of 7 eco houses. That was the basis by which we incorporated that white land into the settlement envelope. And since then there's been absolutely no dialogue between the landowner and the community. So we've now moved to what I see as an urban development that's changing the nature of the area from a rural one, and I'm particularly concerned regarding the layout, which has resulted in the change of layout from the earlier indicative one that's resulted in 4 accesses onto that rural lane rather than the one, requiring all this change from what we currently have. So, and also the other real important reason for me is the lack of any provision for on-site affordable housing, because in my 20 years as a councillor, I think I can recall 2 sites with affordable housing on them in the rural villages of Kinross Shire. all that we're getting are large houses for the Edinburgh market, and it's all very well saying there's a commuted sum that goes into a central pot and it doesn't come back to the villages affected. I also have concerns about the wastewater drainage position. I tried to speak with Scottish Water unsuccessfully, but we still have approvals that we've given in this committee where water connection is still not in place, and I would highlight the Cook Moss Gypsy Traveller site as an example. 2012 they came on the site, still no drainage connection as far as I know. So for all these reasons, and also actually it's important to remember the Drum is in the Lochleven catchment management area, so if there is no mains drainage, we should be looking at phosphate mitigation, and that is not mentioned in the report. So for these reasons, I'm moving refusal of the application.
Okay.
I hope I have a seconder.
Yes, you do. Councillor Gray is happy to second the amendment, which I'll come to shortly. Do you have any policy that you're referencing, policies that you're referencing regarding your refusal? Are you giving us the details? I'm just wondering if you.
Yes. Where do we start? I mean, I've got placemaking, design statement. That's policy 2. Policy 20, affordable housing. I think policy 32 on sustainability. We've gone from 7 eco houses to 1 house with a solar panel on it. So I don't think policy 32 is being addressed.
No, that's very helpful. Thank you very much, Councillor Barnacle.
For Lochleven catchment. I could go on actually.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gray, you wish to second the amendment?
Yes, indeed. I very much agree with a great deal of what Councillor Barnacle was saying. I think it's absurd to me for a site of 9/10 houses, this one now being 10, to have 4 accesses into it, when one access, as initially indicated in the previous application, was at the nearest possible point to access the site, and therefore most of the road alongside the site would have been free of that very traffic which we go in and out of that site. That seems to me an opportunity which is grossly missed. For what purpose? So they can add another house into the site, it would seem. And a site which, as many have said already, is just a suburbanised an area rather than urbanised it, I suppose. There's no shops or anything, but it's just another chunk of suburbia stuck in a village with no affordable houses added to it when there should have been a couple, should have been 2.5 in fact. And I find this is just an intolerable development in all our villages, because it has a terrifying effect on the village schools and village amenities simply by refusing to allow affordable houses in these communities. We end up with the people who end up serving these communities having to stay somewhere else, probably in Kinross, I suppose, in order to serve these large houses, you know, as gardeners, as home care, whatever else. And I just think we're going in the wrong direction. We were in the right direction previously with the 9 application and the 1 access, and this is not what should be happening here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Purvis, you have a comment?
Thank you, Convener. Just to say that I'm happy to support the amendment that has been put forward by Councillor Barnacle and seconded by Councillor Gray. As Councillor Barnacle has already outlined, there's a long history to this site, and while that isn't directly pertinent to the determination of the application today, I think it is important that we're cognisant of that, and that the assurances that were made when this site went into the plan are not necessarily what is being put forward today. I think my primary concerns, as I've already outlined in the questioning, are the increase in the number of houses on this site. As I think Councillor Gray mentioned, this is effectively a suburban estate that's being plonked in a rural area, and I don't think much thought has been given to that. So I'm very concerned on the placemaking grounds in relation to that. I also think, again, Councillor Gray made a very pertinent point in relation to the traffic issues. I think that this is inferior to the previous proposal, having 4 accesses onto what is a very narrow lane that is heavily used by walkers. So again, I don't think that that's something that we should be favouring. And just finally, again, as Councillor Barnacle has already outlined, the fact that Drum is in the Lochleven management area, the catchment area for Lochleven, and there are already concerns about capacity for wastewater drainage and sewage treatment in that area, and the lack of provision for phosphate mitigation does give me concern on this particular application. So for those reasons outlined, I'm happy to support the amendment for refusal of the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purvis. Councillor Illingworth?
Yeah, some discussions about the core path. The core path, this will be about 150 metres long, and the Millennium Walk is nearly 7 miles long. So I don't think that will have a significant effect on the walkers' enjoyment of the path.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? No, thank you very much indeed. I still need some clarification. I do appreciate Councillor Reid has advised of the different timeframes that the 2 councillors have been off. My concern is the discussion that they missed, not how long they missed the discussion for, and that's what I'm trying to get. So I really do need some clarification, please, from legal, that we are happy to proceed, because we can't get notification as to what time and what discussion was happening at the time when the 2 separate councillors lost connection. So can I have some clarification, please?
Convener, I am limited in the clarification I can give to you because I don't know. I've given the generalities. I think it's got to be a judgment exercised by the individual councillors. If they feel they were not excluded to any meaningful extent from the discussion, then I think I would suggest you accept that assurance from them, because I don't know, I can't take it further. There was an inference that Councillor Wilson was only impeded for a very limited extent, and largely when we were waiting for Councillor Robertson to join us. That seems to me a perfectly legitimate reason why he should not be precluded, but I can't go further than that because I don't know.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Okay, that has actually been helpful. It was as I mentioned. If I could please have a verbal reassurance from Councillor Wilson and from Councillor Anderson that the time that they were not able to participate was of no bearing to the conversation or to the outcome, then I will accept that that verbal acceptance from them that they are both in the position to take this further. Councillor Wilson, if you could do.
Thank you, and thanks to Mr. Fogg for his advice. I acknowledge there's a difficulty with this. If Councillor Crawford Reid helpfully has got access to some timing I didn't realise existed, but the 5 minutes was actually less than that because it took me about a minute and a half to send a message to you to say I was back in again. But can I reassure the committee and yourself, Convener, and the officers that I did hear Councillor Robertson speak, and I heard him answering the questions, and I think that's the crucial point. And I have been assiduously listening to the rest of the debate since then.
Thank you very much. Councillor Anderson?
Yes, I am unsure. It dropped off when Councillor Barnacle was getting a question, a reply to a question. If it was only 2 minutes, it seemed like a lifetime to me, but if it was only 2 minutes, I would imagine I missed your putting forward that you wish to put the proposal forward. That is what I think I've missed, but I can't be sure, so I won't vote.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Councillor Anderson. Okay, right. In that case, as I put forward the motion, I will sum up. Again, we have debated this. I think this is one of those ones where it is understandable that people living in the local area are looking at things from a specific point of view. I'm looking at this very much from the point of view of the way that the process works, and when we would look at every application that comes forward, this is a new application that has come forward, and yes, there is previous. But when we look at the application and we look at the density and we look at the size of the buildings and we look at what's around in the area and we look at the enhancements of the lane and the road, then I think this is a positive step forward. I think that it's in addition, we need houses. There is always the debate as to what kind of houses that we need, but we have followed the legislation and we have followed the guidelines, and we have ticked every box as far as this application is concerned. And because of that, I think we should proceed. So that takes us now on to Councillor James. Sorry, you seconded. Are you okay with my summing up?
Yeah, nothing further to add to that, Convener. Fine, thanks.
Thank you. Then in that case, we go forward to a roll call vote. So I would ask Mr. Fogg to just sum up, please, based on the motion and the amendment.
Yeah, so Convener, I lost you there. Am I being heard?
I can hear you.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Convener, just before we move to the vote, I wonder if I could clarify with Councillor Barnacle as mover of the amendment. He made a number of comments as part of his support of the amendment, including taking us through earlier aspects leading up to LDP1 and the original proposal for eco-houses. I would have to advise that given that that's not something that's been taken forward into the current local development plan, those now aren't really relevant considerations in assessing this proposal. It falls to be assessed against the current plans as referred to earlier in this morning's discussions. Another aspect, though, is having heard what he said, it seems to me that he's actually founding on policy, residential policy 17, which is contained on page 39 of the development plan, because that says that proposals should seek to improve the character and environment of the area. And from what he says, that seems to be a policy which he is contending is not complied with. And I wonder if he'd be willing to found also on residential policy 17.
Councillor Barnacle?
Yes, thanks, Jeff. That's correct. I'm assuming from what you're saying that policy 32 on sustainability would not be relevant because that can be addressed through condition. But yes, policy 17 certainly. One thing I didn't mention was policy 60B on transport standards and access, but the others I did mention. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, and in relation to the drainage, again, I think I would have to remind the committee that, as Christian Smith said this morning, it will be necessary for the developer to comply with the requirements of Scottish Water for the development to proceed. And I think there's nothing to suggest that that couldn't be done. So I think it would be difficult to use that, notwithstanding concerns in relation to the drum and its implications for Loch Leven. I don't think there's evidence before the committee to say that there's not a technical solution that could be found. So on that basis, I find it would be difficult to sustain a drainage-based reason for refusal here, because there's not information to support it, I'm aware of.
Yeah, I accept that policies 46 and 53B could well be complied with, particularly if there was a mains drainage connection, but we just don't know. So I accept your ruling there.
Yeah. Okay. In which case, Convener, the motion is your own, which is to approve the application in accordance with the recommendations in the report of handling, and your motion has been seconded by Councillor James. The amendment is by Councillor Barnacle, which is to refuse the application on the basis that it's non-compliant with the background policies for placemaking and the residential policy, policy 17, because it does not improve the character and environment of the area, and also because it's in contravention of the affordable housing policy, given the absence of on-site affordable housing in the scheme before you. And that amendment is seconded by Councillor Gray.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Excuse me, convener.
Yes, Councillor Barnacle.
I think I mentioned transport standards and access as well, policy 60. Whether that would be competent.
So I was conscious that I hadn't covered that, convener. I think it's competent. However, I would caution both Councillors Barnacle and Gray that the position they're taking does not have support by either the Council's Transport Planning Officer or the road safety team who were consulted and did not object. So it's not incompetent, but I just question how likely it would be to prevail if the matter is considered an appeal, given the absence of expert or technical support for the position they're taking. But it's a matter of Councillor Barnacle at the end of the day.
Yeah, I accept that, Jeff. I accept that.
So yeah, accept as in you're happy not to include it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, right, we have had that summed up. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Fogg. Can I pass over to Mr. Williams now for the roll call vote, please?
Okay, members. Just to confirm with yourself, Councillor Anderson, prior to me taking the roll call vote, did you state that you wouldn't be voting?
You did.
Correct. I won't vote.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so when I read your name, you can let me know whether you'll be voting for the motion or the amendment. Councillor Barnacle.
Amendment.
Councillor Braun.
Motion.
Councillor Drysdale.
Amendment.
Councillor Gray.
Amendment.
Councillor Illingworth.
Motion.
Councillor James.
Motion.
Councillor McCall.
Motion.
Councillor Purvis.
Amendment.
Councillor Reid.
Amendment.
Councillor Waters.
Amendment.
Councillor Williamson.
Amendment.
Thank you. And Councillor Wilson.
Amendment.
Okay, members, I'd just like to again just confer with Mr. Fogg here. I make that as 4 votes in favour of the motion and 8 in favour of the amendment.
I agree with you, Danny.
Thanks, Jeff. So, as I say, members, that's 4 votes in favour of the motion and 8 in favour of the amendment. So the amendment will carry.
Okay, thank you very much. So the application has been refused. Thank you very much indeed. There's been a request for a short comfort break. It will be a very short comfort break because some people have to leave at 2 o'clock, and we are giving each application a good going through, which I'm happy with. I'm not suggesting that we change that in any way, but I would like us all to be back ready to be at 25 to, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to let you know, my surface
I think you went on back on to be muted.
No, this thing's no.
Just press the button once, Councillor Anderson.
I'm only pressing it once. Hello. Is that it unmuted this time?
Yes. Hi, Henry.
Right. As I say, a temperature gauge come up in the middle, and it went up to overheating, and it said this device is overheated, and it switched itself off. Tried to switch it on immediately, and it wouldn't come on. I went and opened all the windows. No, it's not that hot today. Come back, switched it on again, and it came on okay. So I don't know what happened with that.
Yes, I can understand. Just to reaffirm what's been said, please be aware that we are still live. With regard to it overheating, that can happen. It's been a wee while, and I see you've got nice bright sunshine coming down through your conservatory roof. I don't know if that's making a difference because I'm not in IT, but I understand the situation.
Thank you.
Just to add, Rose, my laptop is warming up at the back. I can feel it myself. It's getting warm. Definitely warming up. There's not, and I'm not in the sunlight here. Not lucky enough to be on the sun.
Yeah.
Sun only shines on the righteous.
Thank you. Okay, everyone, I make that 25-2. Danny, is it possible we could have another quick roll call, please, so that we can just confirm that everybody is back and online?
I'm here, convener.
Thank you, Councillor James. I'm happy to do the roll call myself if that helps the situation. Just to confirm that everyone is actually back. Councillor Anderson, you are
Present.
okay. Councillor Barnacle.
Yeah, present.
Thank you. Councillor Drysdale. Now, Councillor Drysdale, you are going to basically step out for this application. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Fine, thank you. Councillor Gray.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Illingworth. Okay, I'll come back to David. Councillor James, I can see that you're here. Councillor Purvis.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Reid, you have notified me. Thank you. Councillor Waters.
Present.
And Councillor Wilson.
Present.
Thank you. I didn't mention you, Councillor Braun, but because you just spoke to me just before I did it, but Councillor Braun,
yes.
just to confirm.
I'm
Yes,
here,
okay.
yes, present, yeah.
And as am I. So, Councillor Illingworth, are you back?
I'm back now, thank you.
That's lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, everybody is present.
Is Mike Williamson back?
Yes. Oh, my apologies. Yes, I'm sorry. You're not on my list, and that's terrible because you're newly to it. So my apologies, Councillor Williamson. Thank you very much indeed for that, Councillor Wilson. Okay, everybody is back, so I think we should move on straight away, if we can, please, to the next application, which is the 523 demolition of gym, conversion of and erection of 12 flats, formation of communal courtyard and associated works. And it is the demolition part that we are looking at first, please. And could I ask Mrs. Bryan to please speak to the report? Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. As you will see from the papers, we've got two applications for this one site, so I will run through the photos for both applications at the one time. There's a full planning application for the demolition, conversion and erection of flats, and then there's a conservation area consent application purely for the demolition of the building. So we'll move to the first slide, please. The location plan shows where the site sits in relation to Canal Street to the south, with the public car park beyond that, Princes Street to the west, and Speygate to the east, again with the public car park beyond that. The site backs on to the Salutation Hotel to the north. Moving on to the next slide. This site plan shows in the red crosshatch the extent of the building, which is currently used as a gym, to be demolished. The buildings on site being retained lie to the east and to the north of the gym building. The building to the north is currently not accessible through the gym building, with a limited access internally being closed off. Moving to the next slide. The proposed site plan shows the intended layout, with the buildings on three sides of a private shared garden area which opens onto Canal Street. Whilst the blocks to the north and the east are the existing buildings being refurbished to provide 10 flats, a new building is to be constructed at the west of the site. It will provide a further 2 units. And moving on to the first photo. This photo is taken from within the public car park to the south of Canal Street, and it shows the gym building which is to be demolished. As you can see, it's of non-traditional design and finishes, with very large windows and modern signage. Just beyond the gym, you can see the roof of the traditional building to the rear, which is to be retained and converted to 8 flats. Just to the right of the shot is the other building within the site which is to be retained, and the next photo shows it in a little bit more detail. So the building which fronts the street to the right-hand side of that shot is to remain largely as it is externally, though the garage door is to be removed as part of this proposal, with the frontage being built up in stone and windows to match the existing, and a single flat is to be created here whilst maintaining the access to the existing flats above. A little more of the sandstone building behind the gym can be seen in this photo. The next slide shows the building in the context of the street to the west, with a traditional building on the corner of Princes Street, the garage beyond that, and then the multi-storey car park beyond that again. Moving to the next slide. Thanks. This photo is taken from a little way down Princes Street and shows a context of the buildings on either side of the application site. It also shows the extent of the building, which is to be demolished in the centre of that shot. The next slide shows the elevation of how the proposed development will fit into the street, with the existing buildings at each end of the block being included for context. You can see the gable fronting block at the west of the site, where 2 flats are to be created. And you can see the extent of the shared garden area, which is to be enclosed by a traditional style railings, allowing views in. At the eastern end of the site sits the refurbished building. And moving on to the final slide, I will leave you with a proposed site plan.
That's lovely. Thank you very much indeed. We have 2 deputations at this point. Councillor Drysdale wishes to address the committee. So Councillor Drysdale, I believe that you're going to do so with your camera switched off, but just verbally, to create the same image as all the deputations so far. So if you would like to proceed, I will pass you on to Councillor Braun, who will go through the same process. Thank you.
Thank you, convener. Councillor Drysdale, I assume you can hear me?
Yes, I can,
Yeah,
thanks.
okay, fine. Okay, well, as is usual, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation. I'll interrupt you after 4 minutes to warn you you're into your last minute. And if you happen to be speaking at the end of the 5 minutes, I'll ask you to wind up. And I'll start the clock as soon as you start speaking, if you're ready.
Thank you. Colleagues, my declared non-financial interest in this application is not only as Ward Councillor for Perth City Centre, it is also as Chair of Perth and Kinross Integration Joint Board and as a board member of NHS Tayside, although I speak on my own behalf. The good health and well-being of the population of Perth and Kinross is, of course, the responsibility of us all. Unfortunately, there are few indoor opportunities, especially for people with disabilities and/or very limited disposable income, to exercise in a safe and organised manner. Councillors, you may well have questions for officers regarding potential underground contamination, disturbing of archaeological remains in the heart of what was medieval Perth, a potential uncovering of an underground lade, and difficulties with regard to noise from ventilation systems associated with the Salutation Hotel. However, as I say, I wish to focus on the real health impact the loss of this gym facility would have on our local community. Councillors, I say that this application breaches Policy 16 of the Local Development Plan, which states that development involving the loss of buildings presently used or last used for community purposes is not permitted. Please note that it is the use of a building for community purposes that matters rather than its community ownership. We heard earlier about Newells. Also, I believe that Policy 5 of Tayplan would be broken if this demolition proceeds. That policy states that planning decisions should recognise that leisure facilities play a prominent role in the daytime and evening economy of all centres. This gym on Canal Street, in the middle of one of the more deprived residential areas of Perth and Kinross, is most definitely an asset for the whole local community. The operators themselves have stated over the past 7 years that they have built a thriving community-focused facility which has been instrumental in helping local disability groups with inclusion group exercise, and that they work closely with schools to encourage health and well-being. However, above all, I would ask you to pay careful heed to the many comments of objection which have been received by planning officers, such as from Neil Sorry, who says, you have got to see the benefit this gym does for the local community, whether it is helping local sports groups or special needs groups, who will be left without an affordable facility. Rory Noble comments, it touches so many parts of the local community. It brings all walks of society under one roof. When society is needing to fight the extreme problem of obesity, why get rid of such a rewarding place? The gym is an asset to the community and does a lot with disability and inclusion groups. Rachel says, Fit for Less distinguishes itself from other gyms in its commitment to community involvement, including classes for people with disabilities. And finally, and most poignantly of all, from Neil McFadden, who says, I come here every Wednesday and I like to go on the bikes and the running machines. I am upset it might close. I am worried I would not be able to come to the gym and see the friends I have made here. I don't know what I would do if we didn't come to the gym. I would be upset. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to accept that this is undeniably a gym used for community purposes and therefore is protected by both the wording and the intent of the agreed LDP Policy 16, which prohibits the loss or change of use.
Your 4 minutes are over. You're on your last minute.
Thank you. LDP Policy 16, which prohibits the loss or change of use of buildings presently used or last used for community purposes. From the comments you have just heard, this facility clearly and intentionally operates as an affordable gym for the whole local community and especially people with disabilities. As I said at the start, the health and well-being of our citizens is of primary importance, and in my view, it would be sending out completely the wrong message if a community-focused facility such as this were to be demolished. Please refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Back to you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Drysdale. I'm assuming you're perfectly happy with some questions from the committee. I would like to ask you a question first, if I may. Oh, excuse me. It was a bit loud. We as a planning authority would not be able to control what the owner of the property wants to do. If the owner wants to stop that from being a gym and just refuses to extend the lease, then that wouldn't fall within the ability for the planning and development to do anything about. So I'm just questioning the continuation of a gym on a site when the owner isn't wanting it to continue to be a gym on a site, and what your comment would be on that.
Okay, what I would say to that is I'm sitting in my house just now, and if I want to demolish my house, then I guess the planning authority would have something to say about that. I mean, I appreciate this is an unusual situation, that you know, what we're looking at here is an owner looking to do what he or she wants with their own asset. But what we have here is, you know, we are being asked to apply planning policy, and this is a planning policy that has been agreed by the current council 6 months ago, and the planning policy does not differentiate between the kind of scenario that you present, Convener, and the kind of scenario that I present. It simply says that you know, the issue is that any development, I'm just looking at the policy now, which says development involving the loss or change of use of land or buildings presently used or last used for community purposes will only be permitted where ... and they don't apply. So there's no reference to an owner being able to do what they want with their policy, with their property.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councillor Gray.
Thank you, Convener. Councillor Drysdale, I appreciate the points you're making. I just want clarification on the question of, is it open to all within specific hours, I presume, or is it open to a membership?
Others might be able to answer that question better than I, Councillor Gray, but I believe it's open to a membership. That membership includes group memberships from disability groups and heavily discounted membership to encourage community use and use by people with disabilities.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you. Councillor Purvis, you have a question.
Thank you. Two questions, if I may. The first one was a follow-up to your question, Convener. I think perhaps, I don't know whether the two of you were talking at cross purposes, but Councillor Drysdale, I think the point that the Convener was making was that the owner of the building could choose to stop the lease for the gym at any time. There is nothing that we could do to stop that. Do you accept that point?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. The second question, my substantive question, was on your policy 16 reference and the point you made about that we shouldn't be giving permission to remove community facilities even if they're not in community ownership. And is it not the case, though, that at present this is still a for-profit business that is running the facility? It isn't a charity or a community group.
Yes, as I tried to, I appreciate I was having to speak quite fast in order to achieve the 5-minute time frame. what I'm trying to differentiate here and bring out, and maybe this gives me the opportunity to do that, is that the policy very clearly speaks of the use of the building for community purposes, as opposed to the ownership of the building by the community. And I am basically trying to assert that the community does use this facility, is encouraged by the owners to use this, or the operators to use this facility, and it's the only such facility in Perth city centre that allows these people to use the facility. And from the comments from users that I read out, you'll see very clearly, especially the last one that I emphasised, how important this asset is to the community, irrespective of who owns it. I appreciate your earlier point about the fact that the owner could terminate the lease, and there's nothing that the planning authority can do about it. But as a planning authority, I would argue that that we are able to stop the demolition.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Councillor Barnacle, you have a question.
Yeah, thanks, convener. Eric, before you spoke, looking at the slides at the start, it did occur to me initially that what was proposed was an actual improvement in relation to the actual build and what would be there. But now you've spoken about the loss of the facility and its impact makes me think again. But paragraph 37 of the report clearly outlines the benefits to the community and its loss being regrettable. But it does say there is access to fitness and well-being facilities still available in the area. I mean, I don't know whether you're aware of those, or maybe it's a question for officers, but it's just a question as to whether the loss of the gym could be in some way ameliorated by the fact there are other facilities in the area. Do you have any view on that?
I certainly have a view, yes, that there are other gyms in my ward. Of that there are no doubt, but none of them are community focused. That's the point. You know, believe it or believe it not, I am a member of Bannatynes, and you know, it's not worked too well, I have to say, but you know, that is a completely different facility to what we're talking about at Fit for Less. I don't know the operators personally, but their ethos and the evidence from the representations that have been submitted online indicate to me very, very clearly that this is such a valued asset by those with disabilities, and also those that cannot afford gym rates such as they are at the moment, and we are talking about an area which is in the second quintile of deprivation within the index of multiple deprivation, and so this is such an important facility for people with limited income, people with disabilities, and there isn't a comparative facility in the locality, to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson, you have a question.
Thank you, and Councillor Drysdale, thanks very much for your presentation. I understand the point you're making. A lot of what you said hinges on the use of the word community facility, or the words community facility, yeah. But would you acknowledge that, notwithstanding what you've said, the gym currently operates on a commercial basis?
It does, yes, but I think we are duty bound to look beyond that. As I say, as I've tried to emphasise to Councillor Purvis as well, the wording and Mr. Smith spoke earlier about nuance of the local development plan. It says presently used or last used for community purposes. It's not about ownership, it's about what it's used for.
Yes, I understand that. I'm not going to tease out the issue of the landlord issue anymore, because that's been adequately questioned and you've replied to it. But it says in the report that the council, if the application were approved, then the council would be minded, I think, or planning service would be minded to help find another location. In your experience of the town centre, which is now extensive, do you think there's opportunities for that to happen if indeed the facility were closed, whether it be through the owner or through a planning decision?
Anything is possible, clearly, but what I would say is, and I come back to my role as in terms of health and social care within Perth and Kinross. We are in lockdown. The facility has been closed for 3 months, almost now, 2 or 3 months now, and it may be some time before it were to reopen in any event. This is very damaging to all, the loss of these facilities for exercise in a safe environment is very damaging to all of us, but particularly so for those who are experiencing disabilities, who and not just physical disabilities. We're talking about learning disabilities as well, and people who want to go into a non-intimidating environment. I know, Councillor Wilson, that you know Bannatyne's facilities, and it's quite daunting for somebody with a disability or lack of confidence to go into that kind of facility, and it's different, in my opinion, with this operation in Canal Street. That it's very much a facility that is there to help people develop their confidence and develop their physical health through exercise.
Okay, thank you. One final point, and it just relates to alternative facilities. How much do you think LAL could step up to provide facilities either at Rodney or Bells or at the leisure pool or elsewhere, that would provide, as you said, for people who need maybe a wee bit extra support and help to get there? Do you feel they could fill the gap?
Possibly so, more so in normal times, but you will be aware of the full council presentation that was received the other day there, and the enormous financial challenges facing the local authority. In my opinion, such a development, certainly now, is a pipe dream. It's nowhere on any existing priorities. It's not going to happen anytime soon. So the 3 months that these people have been without a gym is bad enough. If it's 4 or 5 months, if it extends into next year, the year after that, then the damage to the health and well-being of the individuals who have come to rely on that facility over the last 7 years will be very significant, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any further questions for Councillor Drysdale? No. Councillor Drysdale, thank you very much indeed for your deputation. Thank you very much for doing that, and for accommodating the sort of changes and bits and pieces regarding switching off your camera and everything. So I appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that then moves us on to our second deputation. We have Miss Fluker, I believe. Now, do we have Miss Fluker online or on the phone?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
I can indeed. Thank you very much indeed for phoning in. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pass you over to the Vice Convener, Councillor Bob Braun, who will go through how this little bit works, and then hopefully you'll be able to answer some questions from the committee. Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Braun.
Hello, Ms. Luke. Can you hear me all right?
I can, yes.
Fine. Okay. You'll have 5 minutes to present your deputation. At the end of 4 minutes, I will interrupt you to give you a warning that you have 1 minute left. If you're speaking at the end of the 5 minutes, I will ask you to wind up your deputation. And as I can't see you at this time, I will start the clock as soon as I hear your voice start giving your deputation, if that's all right. So it's over to you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm the existing club manager at Fit for Less, and we stand for so much more than being just a gym. The community aspect and community ethos that we try to instill is so worth saving. We have 1,200 members who choose to come to us because they believe in what we stand for. They feel safe. They can address any mental health issues. As Councillor Drysdale said, we do a lot of work with disability groups. We also have parent and child groups, and I have recently just finished working with Fairview School to deliver yoga sessions to the children and the staff there. We may be a limited company, but I can assure you that these projects that we do within our scope, the money gets reinvested back into these projects so we can buy disability ramps, so that we can buy specialist equipment, because we believe in delivering a service to the community. We're not here to make money. We fill a gap that other services such as Ballantyne, such as Live Active do not offer. Our membership is the cheapest membership that you have, yet you get more value for your money. And it's really something, and I can't emphasize enough how much we are so community focused. So if you've got 1,200 members coming in, that's 1,200 members and 8 members of staff that potentially could lose a service that they value, a part of their lives, a social aspect, to simply build 6 flats. The landlord has permission to build 6 flats already, which does need to come through our gym, and we're more than happy to work with the landlord so he gets his 6 flats, and all we ask is that we can continue to deliver the services that we want to deliver in the community. That's it. There's no need for another 6 flats on top of that. You know, you're taking away so much from the community to add 6 flats. In essence, that's all it is. What I would also like to say is draw attention to the fact that these 1,200 members use the gym, but then they also go in and they use facilities in the city centre, a city centre that we all know is dying out. We all know that there's a lot of empty units, but they go in, they spend the money in the local cafes, they go into the city centre to buy clothes. And they also use the car parking around it, which is fundamental. You know, it's money into the council as well. So I would really, really ask that you have a look and say, is losing a service delivering to 1,200 members, putting 8 members of staff out of jobs, really worth it for 6 flats? And that's it. So I've got to say thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Luke. I'll pass you back now to the convener.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, Ms. Luke, I'd like to ask you a question before I open it up to councillors. And I understand this is a very emotive point for yourself, but it is the same kind of question I wanted to ask Councillor Drysdale that I didn't articulate very well. It's if your landlord decided that he was no longer going to continue the lease for the gym, then the situation would have nothing to do with planning and development, but you would still be facing the same future in effect. So I'm just trying to get an understanding that part of what we are doing here is based on the planning aspect of it, but the objection to the closure of the gym isn't necessarily within our control. So I was wondering if you could just sort of maybe comment on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel that, you know, the landlord's already got planning permission for 6 flats, as I've said, and he has to use one of our corridors in the gym to get those flats, and we're more than welcome to work with him on that. I feel that by accepting the planning permission, you then give him, you assist him in throwing the gym out and having to close the gym. Whereas if the planning permission is rejected because of the community facilities, he would then be more inclined to work with us. You know, we're still got a lease for another few years, But what we don't want to do is obviously have to end up in the court. So he does, you know, try to evict us and things like that. Like, let us work together with the landlord. If it was as simple as us moving, then yeah, we would look at that. But it's £150,000 to £200,000 to move us just to fit out a gym. We don't have that money. So all we're asking is, reject, you know, based on the community stuff, if you are able to assist us so that the landlord has to work with us, then we ask that you do that, you know, if you are able to.
Okay, thank you very much for your comment. There are certain things that fall within planning legislation and planning authority, and certain things that don't. And I just wanted to get your point on that. Councillor Gray would like to ask you a question. Councillor Gray. Councillor Gray.
Carried on without Mikey.
Okay,
Thank you
Gray,
both,
please ask.
Ms. Whitaker, for your presentation, and I fully appreciate your sentiments. To what extent is the gym used in proportion to the membership and the scale of the building? It's a large scale building. It's a single story building. Is it fully occupied? Is it 50% occupied? How would you describe?
Yeah, well, we're fully occupied. We have our main gym, we have our studio, we have our weight room, and then to the back of the building's unoccupied, which is where the landlord has planning permission already to build flats. We have 1,200 members, and you are talking on a regular basis, 800 people use them, and that's the members. We do have pay-as-you-go people on top of that aren't included, plus our groups such as the inclusion group and parent and child groups that we run as well.
Right. What I'm really driving at is, to what extent is the floor area used? Is it fully used, or is it 50% used, or somewhere in between or below?
Fully used. We have equipment everywhere. It's fully used.
Yes. Is the equipment itself fully used?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Councillor James.
Thanks, convener, and thanks for your presentation or deputation, Ms. Fluker. You mentioned just a second ago that you still have quite a long lease left on the gym. Can I ask how long there's left on that lease, and how confident are you get a new one? And also, is there a get out clause in that lease for the landlord to evict you, if he were to get permission to demolish this gym?
We have another 2.5 years left on 2.5 to 3 years on the existing lease. We do know that business sense would make sense for the landlord. We've been in that building for 9 years, and he has agreed the lease continually. So we are confident that if he was not given the planning permission, that we could get that extended. He obviously wants to make use of the building, and I know he appreciates the community work that we do. I have spoken to him, and he does appreciate that. He obviously feels that turning it into flats, selling it off would suit him better, and that's his call. So we are confident that we could extend it and continue to do the work. He would have to take us to court to evict us to do so, and he has already started proceedings because he is confident that his planning permission will be accepted.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Illingworth.
Hello, thank you for your deputation. I'm just having a wee look at the Fit for Less website, and you've got 11 new branches opening soon. What would be your main obstacle to just setting up a new location in Perth in the same way that you're setting up 11 new locations?
They're all franchises. Fit for Less clubs are all franchised. So our owner lives in London, and he owns us as a franchise. So it's a financial cost. As I briefly mentioned earlier, even with the equipment, you're 150,000 to 200,000 to kit out the gym. By the time you put in the showers, the specialist flooring, we don't know any location centre that would give us, that's in the city centre that has the parking, and we don't have that sort of money. you know, that's realistic. Like if it was as simple as being able to provide the service elsewhere, which we're unable to do just now, which is why we're fighting so hard to try and save our community.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, do you have any further questions? No, thank you very much indeed for your time, Ms. Fluker. Thank you for coming along, and I appreciate your time. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so this allows us to ask questions of officers. So do we have any questions, please? Councillor Gray, you have a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. It's really a question of the membership of this and its qualification regarding the point that Councillor Drysdale made regarding community facilities. Does an establishment, which is a commercial establishment, which is the requirement being membership of individual membership or of a group, does that comply with the point that Councillor Drysdale made regarding we are not allowed to close or demolish buildings used for community use?
I believe Mr. Smith would like to answer that question.
Yes, I think the development plan comprises both the structure plan and the local development plan, and that document needs to be read in the round. It is in itself a primary material consideration, but also subject to other considerations. In terms of policy 16 in itself, it's interesting the interpretation that's been made there. It's fairly nuanced, but I think what we would have to look at is for the members of the committee to decide whether they agree with the interpretation of officers and whether there was availability of commercial or other public facilities for leisure use within the locality that could ameliorate. And then in terms of part B, you know, we could perhaps help with the search for alternate premises if they've not already done so, given the owner's obviously indicated that he wishes to terminate the lease. A further point is that it's not a material consideration to consider the financial situation of the applicant, if that helps any.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, do we have any further questions for officers? No, not a lot of questions. Oh, we do. Councillor Barnacle, I'm sorry, I didn't see that there. Councillor Barnacle, your question, please.
Yeah. The application is relating to premises within a conservation area, as I understand it. So presumably the planning department feel that what's proposed would be an improvement in the conservation area in planning terms. That's one question. Second question, if planning permission was given and the gym lessees were looking for alternative premises, would they be able to obtain grant funding as part of that assistance from the council? And finally, in the representations, people say there's no need for the housing, so I'm just querying whether you have any view on that. Thanks.
Again, Mr. Smith, thank you very much indeed for coming back.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Barnacle, on your questions there. I'll try, and I think there were three parts to it. The first part being, would we consider that the demolition of the building that's there at the moment, that's been shown in the photographs, and the undertaking of the regeneration and development as is proposed would be an improvement to the conservation area in planning terms, and I think that visual improvement is the view of officers, and I think quite clearly set out in the reports. In terms of grant funding, I think you'd have to ask that question of the bodies of the council or other bodies that deal with such matters. I couldn't really answer that question for you as to whether or not the council could offer grant assistance. However, would feel fairly confident that the council would offer all assistance that it could, and particularly in terms of retaining the business within the city and finding alternative premises for them that they could then negotiate a lease or purchase of. I think the final question was the need for housing. I think the fact here is that this is a city centre location where all sorts of uses are encouraged. Our position would be that a vibrant city centre with good vitality, etc., is more than helped along that road if there are residents within cities. I think many cities at the moment are introducing a number of actions to try and increase their populations that are in situ, and that can then assist with businesses, whether they be retail, commercial, leisure, or others within those hubs. So although there's maybe no evidence to say whether there's a need or lack of need for housing in city centres is, in my view, a positive thing.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Are there any further questions? No, thank you very much indeed, Councillor. So that then moves us on to a motion. Councillor Gray.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, I've got to say I'm inclined to support this this paper. I really think the use of this building, large single-storey building, is not the best use the council can or a commercial enterprise can have from that area, let alone housing. Housing, I agree that housing in the city centres is what will revibrate the city centre, simple as that. Okay, we've lost many shops, and Ms Fluker alluded to the fact that, in fact, she said the city centre is dying out. Indeed, that's true. And what is dying out are the ground floors of many properties along the High Street and many other streets where we've closed shops. And I see no reason, or I would be very surprised if a single-storey shop with flats above or whatever else is above them would not be slightly cheaper for the running of a fitness club, much like a hairdresser on the ground floor, rather than a single-storey building doing that job. And I can see, you know, fitness centres opening up in a much smaller, to a much smaller degree. Not like the one out Dunkeld Road, which probably got a big car park full of big fancy cars, but just to serve people in the town centre. They can get on their bike, they can go in, they can jump into the wee boutique, let's call it, fitness centre, and do their exercises, have a quick shower and a change, and they'll be home again on their bike. And I can see that facility developing rather than the large scale thing, which must have overheads that make it commercially doubtful, put it that way. And I see no way that we can actually prevent such a development anyway. And that's the key point. It's within the development plan, and we must agree with the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gray. Councillor Purvis, you wish to second?
Thank you, Convener. I would usually say I'm happy to second a motion, but I don't think that would be appropriate in this instance. I completely sympathise with the points that have been raised by both Councillor Drysdale and Ms Fluker. Clearly, Fit for Less are doing some excellent work as a business, but also the additional community services that they provide. My issue here is that I don't personally agree with the interpretation of Policy 16 as articulated by Councillor Drysdale. I don't think it's cut and dry. You know, there's something like a play park or something else. It's very clear that that can only be used for a particular purpose. Whereas, as we've already articulated through the course of the discussion today, it would be perfectly legitimate for the owner of the facility to terminate the lease at any time, which could lead to a different use for the building. We have had similar situations in my own ward in Kinrossshire in the not too distant past with the Windlestray Hotel. And while I didn't support that particular application, I was very clear that it was not appropriate nor possible for the planning authority to force a building to remain for a particular use, and that was a gym in that case as well. I think there are other facilities, both public and private, that are available. And while I totally appreciate the points that have been made about the additional services that they provide, I think, as Councillor Gray has already made clear, there are other premises that could be looked into, and I would very much support the council and the economic development team doing everything that they could to support Fit for Less in trying to find alternative premises. So for that basis, I don't think it is appropriate for us to refuse it on policy 16 grounds. More generally, on the suggestion of the demolition and the new development that's proposed, I agree with the point that I think Councillor Barnacle was referencing earlier on, that actually, having seen the site before and when the photos were shown earlier today, that's confirmed my thinking that actually what's said in the report is true, that the current building is visually unappealing in my view, and the development, once completed, if this planning permission goes ahead, would actually enhance the setting and the conservation area in Perth. So I think on those grounds, both the reasons why I don't think it is possible or appropriate for us to refuse it, but also that if this were to go ahead, that it would improve the conservation area. I'm happy to second the amendment, but with that caveat that I would like us to do everything that we can to support Fit for Less and trying to find alternative premises. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Purvis. Are there any comments on the motion, or will we go straight to the amendment? We'll go straight to the amendment. Thank you. I'm watching time. Councillor Anderson, you have an amendment.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, I would like to put an amendment forward based on policy 16 to start with. It's quite clear with the amount of membership that this gym has, and the fact that it supports a lot of community groups, that it is in fact a establishment that's used for community purposes. So therefore I would go with a policy 16, and policy 5, which hasn't been mentioned as well, recognises that leisure facilities are an asset to the community. So I'd also put policy 5 in. I'd also like to make a comment that I saw through the pictures that it's a 3-storey and it appears in the pictures to be quite overbearing, because it seems to be higher than anything else around about it. So for visual impact, I would say that the residential unit ground on the plan, it says first, second and third floor you're looking at off Canal Street, would be overbearing to the surrounding buildings.
Thank you. We have a second from Councillor Waters. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Convener. I would like to second this and just agree with everything Councillor Anderson has said, and also regarding the amount of business that's brought in to the city centre from the gym being there. You know, I understand the argument, and the papers point out between the benefit to having houses in a city centre, but having a business and a gym right in the city centre has to give benefits as well, economic benefits to shops, cafes, etc. like that. So if okay with Councillor Anderson, I'd like some help on what the policy was, but if okay with Councillor Anderson, I'd like that added as well.
Okay, thank you. Are you happy with that being added, Councillor Anderson?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
thank you very much indeed. Okay, we have a point of order from Mr. Fogg.
Convener, thank you. I wonder if I could clarify with Councillor Anderson. I had noted that his primary policy basis for his amendment is policy 16, which we've had spoken about, but he also wanted to found on a breach of policy 5. When I'm looking at policy 5, that in my plan refers to developer contributions and infrastructure, and I wondered if I've misunderstood him. Yeah, policy 5 is infrastructure contributions.
I'm taking policy 5 off of the Councillor Illingworth's presentation. Nobody seemed to recognise that, so obviously that would be the wrong policy. But maybe I misheard him, but I thought it was policy 5, and it said afterwards, I wrote down, but I mean, he was talking so quick, recognise leisure facilities as an asset to the community.
Yes.
I may have misheard policy 5.
Yeah. Yeah, policy 5 certainly is infrastructure contributions. It may be Councillor Drysdale was mistaken. I wonder, convener, if I could just try and clarify while.
Apologies, Jeff. I don't have my my Bible with me because it's in the office. Maybe next time I get my papers, I'll ask for that to be sent out too.
Yeah.
Okay.
In relation to Councillor,
my apologies. I've had to turn off my camera in the short term.
Yeah, in relation to Councillor Waters, he asked if a policy basis could be given to supplement Councillor Anderson's primary reason related to Councillor's policy 16 concerning the economic benefits. I'm just looking just now. I'm not immediately seeing what policy basis is for it. It's not an unreasonable position for Councillor Waters. I'm just struggling. I don't know if Christian or Christine can assist, but it's not jumping out at me just because I'm struggling to manipulate the document as I speak.
I think I can maybe provide some clarification there, Jeff, if that's okay, convener, through you. So in terms of the policy 5, I think that was referring to TAY plan, so the structure plan, and I think that policy, although I don't have it in front of me, recognises that leisure uses are important. I don't know if it actually protects them as such, so maybe have to be something from the members that are utilising that policy to nuance the comment relative to that policy. The second matter was in relation to economic impact and whether there was a policy that related to that. I don't believe there is a policy, however, economic factors can be considered. It's then what weight that is attributed to them and the overall weighting of all material factors, if you would agree with that, Jeff.
Yes, certainly it's a planning consideration whether or not it has a policy basis, and I'm grateful, convener, to Christian for reminding me. My apologies to Councillors Anderson and Drysdale. It was indeed policy 5 of the TAY plan, so I misdirected myself in looking at the local plan, and I withdraw my concerns in relation to that. So certainly would have a policy basis of policy 16 and 5, and then a further wider consideration about the loss of economic benefits in terms of Councillor Waters' position anyway.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Convener, you're muted.
I think we've lost the convener.
We have.
She's actually there online talking, but her mic's just not working.
Yeah, she's still listed as attending the meeting. I think she's just having some issues in terms of communication.
I can see her on my screen.
Yes.
And she can hear, I think, because she's giggling now.
She's apologising.
This is to be known as the Anderson effect of muting microphones, I think.
Members, if you just excuse me for interrupting there, sorry, can I just suggest we just take a short recess if that's agreeable with everyone, just while we get the convener back?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, agreed, I think.
5 minutes?
Yes.
Yes, that'd be great. Thanks, members. Cheers.
13:35 return.
Agreed.
That works for me, yeah.
Okay.
If you are back, my apologies for that. As I say, I am using 2 screens and a phone and various other bits and pieces to be able to do what I do here. So that sucks the Wi-Fi quite considerably in where we are. So my apologies, but I am now back. I'm hoping that everybody is here. I'm not going to do another roll call. I'm taking it on assurance that everybody is back. Okay, so we have a motion and a seconder, and we have an amendment and a seconder. So can we please move to summing up and roll call vote, please? Councillor Gray, do you wish to sum up your motion?
Yes, I will simply say this is a commercial desire by or a business desire by the owner of the property, albeit I sympathise with the occupants of the property. I nevertheless don't think we have the powers to overthrow the desires of the owner, and I frankly do not think in the long run that the occupiers will lose from this other than the short term, and I'm still happy to approve the papers.
Okay, thank you very much indeed to that. Okay, Mr. Fogg, could you please sum up the motion and the amendment, and then we will go to a vote. Thank you.
Yes, convener. The motion is by Councillor Gray to approve the application in accordance with the recommendations set out in the Head of Planning's report of handling, and that motion is seconded by Councillor Purvis. The amendment is by Councillor Anderson to refuse the application on the basis that the proposal is contrary to policy 16 of the current local development plan, because it entails the loss of a community facility, and also because the proposal would be a contravention of the guidance in the current TAPE plan, and because of the probable loss of the economic benefits to the city centre resulting from the users of the current operation. And that amendment is seconded by Councillor Waters. I'll pass you over now to Danny Williams, who'll take the roll call vote.
Okay, members, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, amendment. No. Yeah. So just when I read your name, you can let me know whether you'll be voting for the motion as proposed by Councillor Gray or the amendment as proposed by Councillor Anderson. Councillor Anderson?
Amendment.
Councillor Barnacle?
Motion.
Councillor Braun?
Motion.
Councillor Gray?
Motion.
Councillor Illingworth?
I'm unable to vote because my Wi-Fi faded out a couple of times, so I'm sorry I won't be able to vote.
So that'll be an abstention. Let's go. Okay. Councillor James?
Motion.
Councillor McCall?
Motion.
Okay. Councillor Purvis?
Motion.
Councillor Reid?
Amendment.
Councillor Waters?
Amendment.
Councillor Williamson? Councillor Williamson?
Amendment.
Thank you. And Councillor Wilson?
Motion.
Okay, members. So just once again, just like to once at this, I'd like to just confer with Mr. Fogg. But as I have it, it's 7 votes in favour of the motion, 4 in favour of the amendment, 1 abstention, and I should have said at the start, Councillor Drysdale is obviously, having previously declared an interest, is eligible to vote. So is that how you have it, Jeff?
That's my reckoning too, Danny.
Right, thank you. So the motion will carry.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, somebody's typing away. Right, okay, so I'm well aware that's not what we wanted to be heard by the people who have the that run the business, but the motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, so can I just have clarification? Are we now moving on to the equestrian facility, and we're sticking that the demolition and the rebuild flats is now agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay. Thank you. So that brings us on to the final application in front of us before the PAN, which is the erection of an indoor equestrian facility riding establishment at Netherton Farm, Aberargie in Perth. And I'd like to ask Mr. Smith to speak to the report.
Thank you, convener. I'll give a brief intro here and I'll take you through the slides. So this application proposes an indoor riding facility on the site of an existing outdoor riding area. That new facility to essentially compensate for an indoor facility which was lost in a fire last year. However, although a larger indoor facility, the loss of the outdoor areas leads to the position where the overall intensity and use of the wider equestrian facilities is not to significantly change. However, and this has been raised by a number of people, the applicant is offered to improve the road surface voluntarily, although the roads team only consider that provision of a further passing place in a position close to the A913 is required. Now, there is a condition relating to that matter, although my view on reading it again is that it would benefit from some refinements to ensure that the details required in relation to the surface improvements are clearer and reflective of the voluntary nature of these works. And I would ask that members defer that matter to officers and hope that they would agree. Now, moving to the stills, the first still shows us the location plan, and that indicates the extent of the application site, which includes the private access road all the way to the A93. Now, identifying the access to a classified road is something that's required by the planning service to validate an application. However, that's not to say that the applicant owns and controls solely all that access road. Now, the main body of the site you see up in the northern part or the top of the drawing. The building is, if we move to the second slide. So this shows a sectional detail of the building and then a left and a right drawing. The left drawing shows the red hash or dotted area where the previous building was that was lost to fire. The dark hashed area or dotted areas is where the outdoor riding areas are at the moment. The right hand drawing again shows where in the red dots where the previous building was, and then in the grey colour an indication of the building as it's to be. Moving to the next slide. So this is a long view, and here we look towards the site of the building from the A913, which is highlighted by the yellow arrow in the distance. This is photos taken from near the Aberargie distillery, which can be seen on the right. Moving to the next slide. So this photograph shows the access road from closer to the A913, where the majority of the properties that takes access off that road are located. The next slide. Here we look towards the site of the proposed building, again identified with the yellow arrow, and this is at a location near the end of that grouping of housing at the beginning of the access road, close to the property known as Farndale. The next slide. Here we've moved closer to the equestrian facility, again on that access track. And here we see it as it approaches the junction with Brackenbrae, and the road also veers off to the right, accessing a number of residential properties. The next slide. So this is an image supplied by an objector. It's not clear where the location is, but presumed to be on that access road. And as you see, it shows a horse box, a car, and then a horse and rider on a single track road. The next slide. This shows the existing outdoor riding areas that are to be replaced by the proposed building, and the next slide. So that's a further photo of the unenclosed but surface arena that's referred to in the report and is adjacent to an enclosed area which we saw in the previous slide. The next and final photograph. So this looks from a similar point back across that enclosed outdoor arena towards an existing steel frame building which the proposed building would sit adjacent to. And then the final slide takes us back to the block and sectional plan. That concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. We have a deputation on this application. I'm just sorry, as I say, I'm ping-ponging between various different things. There we go. Yes, it is Mr. Richard Taylor. Is Mr. Richard Taylor available?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Taylor. I'm going to pass you on to Councillor Bob Braun, who's the Vice Convener, and he'll go through the process of the deputation with you, and then it will return to me so that we can go through questions on behalf of the committee. Thank you. Councillor Braun.
Good afternoon, Mr. Taylor. Are you able to hear me?
I can. You're perfectly clear.
Okay, fine. Right. Your deputation can last 5 minutes, your presentation to the committee. After 4 minutes, I'll interrupt you to warn you that you've got 1 more minute to proceed. At the end of that 5 minutes, I'll then ask you to wind up if you're still in your presentation. So the way we'll do it is once I hear you start talking, I will commence timing you. So it's over to you.
Good afternoon. As you've already heard, my name's Richard Taylor from Studio East, and I'm the architect and agent for this proposal. Netherton Equestrian is one of the leading equestrian facilities both locally and nationally, and is used to support Scottish and Olympic team members. Until recently, it offered a 24 by 42 metre indoor training facility, which was located within former agricultural storage buildings alongside the delivery aspect of the business. This facility was completely destroyed in a fire back in October 2019, halting a significant part of the business. However, this has presented a new opportunity to provide an enhanced replacement facility in a more suitable location on the site, having a stronger relationship to the existing buildings. It will be located adjacent to the livery stables and be sized and managed to a competition standard. Once operational, the enlarged replacement facility will allow high levels of training and coaching to be achieved, and for the full-time permanent employment of at least 2 additional staff. From a design point of view, the building will remain agricultural in nature and be appropriate within the landscape setting. There have been issues raised by third parties, as you've already heard, in objection to this application, principally relating to the access track. As part of the works, the applicant intends on upgrading this with a tarmac finish, and evidence of this has been supplied as part of the application process. This would have already been completed if works hadn't been halted due to the recent restrictions on construction. I feel the case officer's report has satisfactorily dealt with this and other policy issues to provide a recommendation of approval. It should also be noted that an overwhelming number of letters were submitted in support of the application. These confirm how important Netherton Equestrian is to the local riding community and the high level of training standards it offers for national athletes. Thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I'll pass you back now as the convener.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Braun, and thank you, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, hopefully you're happy to take some questions from some of the councillors. We have Councillor Anderson, who would like to ask a question first. Councillor Anderson.
Oh, yes, thank you, convener. Mr. Taylor, I mean, the principal problem we have here is the road and the condition of the road. And several times this has come as a local councillor with local knowledge. This has come to my attention that the road's in a poor state. You have your client has HGVs travelled it up and down it, and you've got horse boxes, very large ones, and also four-wheel drives. Now, you've said you're prepared to bring it up to a tarred finish, and I hope the officers will ensure that happens. There is also another issue of horse boxes and that going into people's driveways and into entrances because they get confused when they turn in. Is there any chance of signage to ensure that all the vehicles go straight down the road? Because any large vehicle that actually turns into the other houses has great difficulty, because most of the drivers are of the horsey fraternity and more or less weekend drivers, and they don't have the skills to transverse to get back out.
I think that's a very reasonable suggestion, and probably a very simple one that can be achieved to deal with a lot of residents' issues. You know, signage is a very simple thing to implement, and I'm sure the applicant would be happy to do something along those lines if it kept more people happy.
Yes, I'm sure it would, to be quite honest, because there does seem to be a bit of confusion when one turns in there. Thank you.
Apologies. Thank you very much, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Illingworth, you have a question.
Great. Thank you, convener. My question is about the road again. How confident are you that the road, the new surface that you're proposing, will be strong enough to support the HGVs that use the road and also the traffic from horses? We've seen a lot of repairs that seem to be relatively temporary made on that path or track and not really lasting. So how confident are you?
Well, the works that are being proposed to upgrade the road amount to a lot more than just repairs and the sort of works that have been undertaken to date just to keep it serviceable. It's being upgraded to a proper tarmac finish of a decent thickness and so on, and an appropriate specification for the vehicles that will be using it. Obviously, all roads wear out eventually. Look at the rest of them across Perthshire. So it'll be up to the client to obviously continue with maintenance of this in the future. But for the meantime, I expect it will be in a much enhanced condition than what it has ever been to date.
Can I ask another question? Sure. Is that a commitment from your client to maintain the road?
Yes, as is, it's the road access into. I can't fully speak on behalf of the applicant for the future, but they are about to spend a lot of money on investing in a decent road into their business. So it will be probably within their own interest to look after that asset.
Great, thank you for that.
Okay.
Thank you. Gentlemen, do we have any further questions for Mr. Taylor? No. Mr. Taylor, thank you very much indeed for your time today. Thank you for taking the time to phone in, and it's greatly appreciated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Committee, we're now opening this up to officers, questions for officers. Do we have any questions? Now, Councillor Anderson has asked a question before he has left, because he has to leave now. Looking at signage, we don't have any more detail than that. Christian, would you've put something up, but could you please address that to the committee?
Yeah, is it Councillor Anderson was asking if signage could be looked at by officers. What I think he means by that, could we condition that signage was provided? Now, again, that would depend on what control there was in relation to the land where any signage was to go. But as indicated at the outset of my presentation, I think we need to look at the wording of the condition 5 in any case. And as part of that scheme of improvement for the road to be submitted, we could add something and say this could include signage. And then it would be for the applicant to volunteer how he would look to deliver that, and we could liaise with our roads colleagues as to the appropriateness of it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Illingworth, you have a question.
Yeah, I've actually got 3 questions, if you
Certainly,
don't mind.
yeah.
The first is, would it be appropriate for the committee to put in an additional condition so that the building work on the road is finished before building work on the actual development starts?
Mr. Smith, could you answer that?
So again, maybe just clarifying what I've intimated previously, that the offer to upgrade the surface of the road has been volunteered by the applicant. It's not something that we are asking for. Roads have not asked for it or indicated that they have concerns over the road. We are, however, happy to be involved in the detailed specification of it, such that we can perhaps give some guidance as to how the road would be surfaced, materials, areas, etc. But given that there's really no significant change in the volume of people that would be using the facility, I don't think we could go perhaps beyond that, if that helps any councillor.
My second question is what Councillor Anderson describes as the horse fraternity, a bit like the mountain bike fraternity and the skiing fraternity. They have a propensity to express the lust for life by driving enthusiastically. Can we put in a requirement to put in speed bumps or other traffic calming on the road?
I would put that on. I'm not too sure how many horse boxes want to go over speed bumps, but Christian, could you answer that, please?
Yeah, I think that if people are driving inconsiderately such that they were causing a danger or exceeding relevant speed limits, that would be a matter for the police to deal with. There's no indication, again, from the road service that they feel that traffic calming measures or signage is required. However, signage, again, could perhaps incorporate advisory speed limits, and that could perhaps be put forward by the applicant if we feel that that's necessary. But if people are driving on that road in a dangerous fashion and at excessive speed, then that would be a matter for the police.
Thank you. My third question relates to condition 3. It says collection and delivery of goods should only take place between 6:30 and 9 p.m. Now, at the moment, the residents are commenting that there are often traffic going in earlier than 6:30. So would it be appropriate to move that start out time from 6:30 to 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. excuse me?
In response to that, I'm not aware that we have any evidence that the condition is being breached. There is a condition there at the moment, and we could investigate that through enforcement powers if evidence was presented to us, or we sent officers along on a random basis at those times in the morning to see if there was any indication that that was the case. But I think to change those hours, we would require members to consider what the impacts are in terms of the use of that road, and whether you could show that that use beyond those times was associated to the equestrian facilities, which are obviously about a mile up that road away from the majority of the residential properties. So I'm not sure that that would be something that we would certainly recommend, and we don't feel that that's necessary given the conditions that we're recommending at the moment.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Illingworth. Any further questions for officers? No, thank you. We have a motion being put forward by Councillor James.
Thanks very much, convener. I'm absolutely delighted to propose we accept this application. Horse riding and equestrian facilities. We live in the countryside, and it's a huge part of life in the countryside. The timings, Councillor Illingworth said about the changing an 0630 time. I think that's wrong. The people look after animals, and they also work. So going to see to an animal before you go to work, I'm quite happy with an early start and a late finish. What we also have to remember is that there was a facility previously here. Okay, maybe not quite as big, but it was already there. So there's no change to what was previously happening. An indoor facility to a rider, as many people will appreciate, is priceless, and I'm so delighted to see this come forward. Very, very happy to propose as is.
Thank you very much, Councillor James. Do we have a seconder? Well, I'm happy to second that, actually. I can't disagree with a single word you said there, Councillor James. We live in there's a big rural communities all around Perth and Kinrossshire, and equestrian is a massive part of that. We are replacing something. Yes, it's bigger, but we're replacing something that was already there. I'm thrilled that this is moving forward, so I would second that. Councillor Wilson, you would like to make a comment?
Thanks, Convener. Very briefly, because of the time, I strongly support the Councillor Anderson's suggestion about signage, and perhaps given the comments about speed on the road, I'm not going to associate myself with the remarks about classifying folk who've got horses, because I think you're in dangerous territory there. But it might be that the applicant, through an informative or otherwise, could include a 10-mile-an-hour speed limit or an appropriate one on the road. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Okay, do we have an amendment? There is no amendment, so the application is approved and passed, and hopefully we could be in negotiation with some of the conditions as we're talking about the upgrade of the road. That would be great if the comments that have been made by both Councillor Anderson and Councillor Wilson and some of the points by Councillor Illingworth could be taken into consideration in that negotiation. Okay, thank you very much indeed, everybody. That brings us on to the last item in front of us, which is a PAN notification. So this is the PAN at Mirthley, erection of poultry rearing sheds, managers dwelling house, amenity and storage buildings and associated works at Mirthley. Committee, I'm going to say it again, I say it all the time, this is the point that our planning process starts. It is important that our officers get to know what it is we want and what we're looking for, and it is important that the developer also knows that too. So any comments that you would like to put forward, please come forward now. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Convener. I'm on page 157 of the papers, and this is the key considerations, and it says relationship. Number 3, relationship to nearby land uses, including noise and odour, particularly the school. If you look at the map, it's as the crow flies fairly near the school at Mirthley, which, as we know, is out with the village envelope. And I think the other thing that's particularly important in relation to this, and it comes into transport assessment, but it's whatever the heavy vehicle movements are to and from this facility. I don't know in any detail what they might be, but I think the planners need to pay particular attention to these two things. And the transport assessment needs to know where the vehicles are coming to and from, because from here you can go south or north, or in fact I think to the east. There's no direct route to the west, so therefore I'd like these points given particular attention by the planners when they consider the application.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Illingworth?
Quick comment. We have had in Abernethy a egg production facility built just a few years ago, and we've had no issues with it whatsoever, but it might be a slightly different design.
Okay, thank you. So take recognisance of the design. Councillor James.
Thank you, Convener. And again, this is in the centre of my particular ward. Never had much correspondence with anybody from Mirthley in the past. However, this has really hit the mark. several things come to mind. 26,000 birds in total, 4 sheds covering 9,600 square meters. So the actual size of it, the location next to the school, completely the wrong location in completely the wrong place, access to it, heavy vehicles, the traffic I would like to be taken into consideration, and also the location in particular. Whilst we discourage people from putting buildings in the middle of nowhere, we're quite happy to put a house for somebody to manage this huge facility. Why not put a facility somewhere where there's already housing where the manager can live? Just the whole process, and taking the views of the people living in that very small village into consideration would really be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Barnacle.
Yeah, thanks, convener. It was just one point really. Obviously environmental health. I just wonder if that covers animal health as well. One of the things that always concerns me about poultry units is standards. And do we have an officer that oversees that sort of thing? Or is that sort of post the application in terms of what might proceed, or is it something we can address at this stage?
This part is normally for comments for when the application comes in, but if somebody is around that could possibly answer that for Councillor Barnacle, what happens with the safety side of things when it comes to animals, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for your question, Councillor Barnacle. But I think that would be a matter that would be dealt with under other legislative provisions that would look at what is appropriate accommodation for animals, and that would be, I imagine, licensed in some way. But what you could perhaps ask for is, could a statement be provided in support of the application that sets out those considerations?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think personally I would like to see that too. Gentlemen, do we have any further comments for the planning officers to look at when this application comes forward? No. Then in that case, we've come to the end of the proceedings today. It was another long one. I appreciate everybody, including myself, had some minor internet/IT issues. I know this is different. I know that this is an awkward situation, but I really want to express my thanks. We have managed to bring in deputations. They have managed to come forward. They have managed to be heard, and questions have been given backwards and forwards. We are managing to tick every box, and our IT department and our planning department deserve a massive thank you for being able to bring that forward. If we could only get the IT coverage around Perth and Kinross up to a level that would allow us to do this, then that would be something spectacular, because I don't think we would have the issues if my internet here, for example, could allow my daughter to be at school at the same time as me being on a committee without it sucking all the Wi-Fi out. So anyway, massive thank you to everybody, and to anyone listening, thank you very much for your time today. I know there was a few hiccups, but I really appreciate it. Thank you very much, everyone. And that brings us to an end.
Thank you. Bye.
Yep.